Let's try Ramstein.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning everyone.
Morning.
Ready to start?
Just give me a few more minutes. I'm trying to get the window captures and everything ready.
Alright,
So
sure.
yeah. I'll message who is it again? Lina as well once we start. So just
Okay.
give me a minute. I still trying to fix up stuff. Video capture.
You hear your mouse.
Yeah, I know my mic is really loud now. Okay, that's there.
I don't know if y'all do miniatures for gaming, but
Oh, I used to.
um, for Black Friday, I picked up the Dungeons and Doggies.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, nice.
They had the Kickstarter version, which has like all 12 miniatures plus the bonus Mastiff Bard for like $40 American.
I
Oh,
still
that's a
have.
lot.
Hang on, let me see here.
That's a lot. I mean, I still have the few of the other miniatures, the icons of the realm from Champions Thunder and stuff like that. So I've got those big miniatures, but not the smaller ones.
I still have 5 Tau Pathfinder squads I've primed but haven't got around painting.
Oh no, we shouldn't use this. This is good. This is good.
Black cats go into black bin, white cats go into the white bin.
Discovered. Yeah, I really miss playing like tabletop. All right, Discord is good.
I really should get around painting my miniatures.
Oh, I buy those like ready
I
painted
should be painting
miniatures.
more of mine than I actually do paint.
Okay, that's good. Let's check D&D Beyond. Is my extension working? Oops, wrong one. Okay, looks good. Right, looks good.
Testing, testing.
Nope.
Can you
Yeah.
get me?
Yep, can hear you. Oh no. There's something here. Give me a sec.
Is my mic picking up my mouse clicks as well?
Yeah, it's cool. No worries, no worries. Just trying to get all this.
Let me see if I can adjust the thresholds.
is. All right. I think we're ready to start, guys.
Yep. I'm good.
Checking the stream, making sure it's good. It's good. All right. Awesome. So, guys, let us bring us back to Neverwinter Nights. Let me roll a. Is everyone here yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. All right. So I'm gonna roll a d6. See who gets some free inspiration tonight, because they might need it.
I still have inspiration.
In that case, you don't have to.
Two.
Hey, Lena, guess what? You're just in time to give us the recap of what happened.
No, I
in
got
session.
inspiration too.
Oh, you got inspiration too?
Yeah,
Okay,
because I did that RP with Snow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
True,
yeah.
Oh
true,
yeah, I
true.
meant to talk with you about Snow the other time. Oh well.
Well, okay. In that case, anybody else willing to pick it up? If not, Lena, you can do it, and you can give the inspiration to someone else if you like.
Hang on, my father's calling me. I'm sorry, but yeah, sorry.
Sure. No worries. Anybody? Cassava, would you like to give us the recap for last session for inspiration?
I think
Cassava,
he's
he's
deafened.
muted. Yeah, you guys are muted.
Repeat it.
Eh. Okay, jumping back
Oh,
in. Okay, just checking my session notes. Looks good. Yeah. Just give everyone a couple of minutes to get back. Keep me up.
I mean, basically, cat got catty, fish were had, and a fight club's about to happen. What else?
A few things in between.
yeah.
few smaller things in between.
Mm,
yeah. I'll just to move things along. I'll go ahead, and I'll give it to
Oh, sure,
anyone
sure.
who needs it.
Sure. Go ahead.
So basically, we went to Madame Rosen. She wasn't impressed with the junk that we brought back.
Mm-hmm.
And Snow got really catty. Uh, and that got us kicked out of the tavern.
Yeah.
Um, and then we went to General Sabine. She was impressed about it, and she gave a proposal to find out more about the Sons of Algondar. Um, and so we agreed to do so. Um, we went shopping for a bit. We went fortune telling for a bit. And then we went to the floating masts, which is this small fishing village that has lots of fish, and we mostly hung around most of the day there, um, trying to catch fish, buying lots of fish, and figuring out that some of them may be worshippers of the Eldritch Deep. Um,
Just a
and then
educated guess.
we then went to walk into the fight club, and we got a couple of people who, and we actually only have one,
Mm-hmm.
um, Neko, who is planning to join on the fight, and we'll be sitting in the sidelines in the peanut gallery.
Okay. Okay. Other than that, you've who's it? Snow also had a little fortune telling session with Madame Privet,
Yeah,
and
that's a fortune telling. Yeah.
yeah, and Mogroth also had a little midnight text message from from Lizette, and you guys kind of discussed like what were you guys supposed to do, and eventually, I think you guys decided like the Nash's fighting pit was probably the best chance to get back into the Sons of Alagonda's good graces again. At least try to reconnect some of those connections you made earlier, and that led you, yes, the fishes float. So, as you guys were led down towards the fighting pits, this is where we'll begin tonight. Neverwinter. So
Oh boy.
here we all are.
Oh yeah, so anybody needs inspiration, you can take it.
I'm not
I
gonna give in since everyone has inspiration tonight. I'm not. I mean, quite a few of you. It's okay. I'll hold back on the inspiration for today.
because all of us have inspiration. I think Kasama
As
don't have.
yeah, but since he's not here, it's all right. But as you guys like made your bets on Neko, and kind of like walked around the front part of the administration areas as well as the storage areas for the Nash's fighting pit, uh, Max brings you all the way to the entrance of the arena before he himself kind of like heads off towards a much more private area, still quite large in itself. And as you see him kind of head up a flight of stairs towards what seems to be a chair, almost like a throne, at the back of this hall, and sitting on it is this man that you all see. It's about 6 foot, 6'4". Looks like he's wearing about looks like medium hide armor. Um, Looks like he's got long hair and there's scars on his face. From his age, he looks like he's in his mid-30s, and everyone seems to kind of treat him respectfully as he sits on this chair. And Max kind of hits up the stairs, kind of whispers something to his ear, and he stands up and looks towards you all before he kind of like nods and starts talking to Max very hushfully. From this distance, you obviously cannot hear him, but as you guys thinking what else to do, you see Dennis run down from the steps of the arena. Friends! You all are here! Max said to you something about you all joining the fight.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm the only one who contesting. The rest, they are just watching.
Oh, supporters! That's great. That's great. You need as many supporters as you can. See, it's not so much just a win and lose situation here. The more support you get in the arena, the better you feel.
Oh,
So, you guys ready? Come, follow me. And he starts heading up the stairs and beckons you all to come with him. So,
am I? Should I follow him too, Eddie?
all of you follow him, in fact.
All
As you
right.
guys head to what seems to be a large, round arena in front of you. And just to give you an idea of what it actually looks like. A second. Is the picture loading for anyone, by the way? Because mine is really slow. I don't know what's going on today with all my
No, not.
like pictures. You didn't see the token, right? Like pop up or anything?
We saw the guy face.
Yeah, you guys saw the guy's face, right? It's not popping up on mine. I don't know why. Like the DM stuff is a bit weird for Roll20 today. But
Well, your internet is kind of okay.
yeah, it's okay. It's fine. It's just Roll20 is bugging out on me on certain things. I don't know why. Okay, so did
It's
you guys see the
black
picture of the
right
fighting
now.
pit pop up? Did it pop up?
Everything's
No.
black for me.
Everything's black for you.
Or maybe you are in different pages.
No. It's just loading very slowly. Actually, just let me restart. Roll20. It's a bit laggy. I don't know why.
I noticed there's Sione from Pathfinder over there.
Shh, quiet.
Probably there's no.
I can see the map, but it's got dynamic lighting going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the map perfectly fine with a bunch of people.
Okay,
Eddie, okay, no problem.
you guys see it? You guys, Lina, do you see anything? I hope so.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
All right.
All right then.
Human problem.
Yeah, human problems. Okay, so as you all descend towards the fighting, as you all descend towards the fighting pit, you look all around you between this arena. There are people and races of all kinds standing around, looking. Some of them are definitely holding weapons. Some of them are well armed, as they stand around the entire arena waiting for the fights to start. There is a large hoo-ha as Dennis kind of like hits forward, and some of them kind of cheers as they shout, "Hey, Dennis! When are we starting?" And Dennis just puts up his hand, "In a minute, we're waiting for Max." And he kind of just ushers you all, like whoever's not fighting, to kind of like head towards this side here. There are like a row of benches,
Okay.
like they're open for you guys. So just please, have a seat and enjoy yourselves. No refreshments, unfortunately. I don't trust the food over here in the Fisherman's Float. Other than that, Neko, just chill right here. Once we call you, just come down to the arena, alright?
Okay.
Alright then. And in a few minutes, as you guys kind of like take your places sitting around, you look all around the entire arena. There are very interesting faces. Some of other fighters you think you notice have some entourage around them as well. And eventually, as you guys are like looking around, you see Max head up the stairs next to Dennis, kind of looks towards you all. "Hey guys, we're about to start. You ready?"
Always ready.
All right then, Dennis, let's do our show. And you see like the guards move away from the entrance of the arena as they take the stand in the middle. And as they start heading down, everyone starts cheering. "Ah, Dennis, hey, Max!" And there's a huge hoo-ha as everyone kind of get like anticipating what's about to happen. And as Max heads down, he and Dennis start off a very nice introduction towards the pit, and just like tells you, just starts to run around the pit, starting to like kind of get the crowd all riled up. "Hey everyone, welcome back to the Nash's Fighting Pit. Tonight, me and Dennis, we have a great show for you. Fighters from all around Faerun, all here tonight to enjoy, to show you the skills of fighting and surviving and hopefully winning." And Dennis just like runs to the other side. "We have our champions here tonight, all ready to be a one-on-one bout. With that, I'd like to introduce you to our fighters. Please come down. What's his name? Alf Stovods." And you see this man like next to you, Neko. He looks towards you. "Yes, excuse me, you in my way." And just brushes
pardon me,
past
pardon
you,
me.
and he starts heading down the stairs. 12 wins, 8 losses. Elf Stovads from the lands of North. A barbarian, a fighter, and a strong contender. Please welcome Elf Stovads, the Maul." And with that, you see this man pull out this massive great maul and just slams on the ground in front of you. In front of Max. As he starts doing like a show to kind of rile up the crowd as well. Hey! And Dennis like runs over to this side here and points up. "Do I see what I see right there? Is that our next contender, Dangom Terrence Strength?" And you see this man, like this, almost looks like this Viking with like a whitish blonde beard, this like, curls in his hair. There's tattoos all over his face and on his arm and his back, and he's wearing like very like loose hide armor. And he seems to be holding like onto two quite very pretty young lasses next to him, as they kind of like kiss him and cool him. Dennis just yells up, "Oi, it's your turn! Get down here!" And Dennis just like puts his hand out like, "I'm coming. Hold on." And he kind of like just plays around with his two lasses again, kind of hugs them, kisses them on the cheek, and they kind of cool and laugh and giggle as he too just runs down towards the fighting pits. And takes his place as well. "Dandam here, 32 wins, but 20 losses. You're a long veteran of this fighting arena, and he's here tonight to show you what he can do. Perhaps he may get all the way to the finals. And for that, you will see Darren Strong, the axe. And you see him pull out this massive like battle axe behind his back. And he too takes a stand and kind of cheers around the crowd as well. You see the girls, like some of the girls around, like kind of cool towards him, and he looks like I would say like in mid 30ish. So he has that like very veteran, like experienced look, but he has a charming smile and kind of like looks towards the crowd. And some of them really do cool towards him. Some of the ladies especially. And you see Max running around again. From the far east, up in the lands of Kozukura, we have an interesting one here. Madame Zhu. And with that, you see this lady dressed in what seems to be like a kimono, like a full-on kimono with the face,
Okay.
face like those paintings, like full-on white with kabuki like type of mask that she's wearing as well on top of her. As she doesn't like walk around the arena. In fact, she just jumps off the ledge, and she seems to almost ephemerally like float towards the center of the arena as she takes her place. And as she lands, she kind of flourishes by taking out two fans and just flourishes them up in front of her. She looks towards all the crowd, and there's a bit of silence almost, and kind of like ooh and awe, and this amazement at this person that's just come. Madame Zhou here has won 3 times in her last battle, and though she may have lost the last one, she is welcome here again. And hopefully tonight's turn of events will be much better, Madame Zhu. And she kind of like gives Max like this stare, and Max just kind of hits back. Oh, right, okay. Dennis kind of just like laughs at his brother as he just walks over to the other side. We also have one interesting one here. And he points towards the northeast corner of the arena. Go to dark. Half orc, half man, half orc. Whole fighter. And with that, this half orc pretty much does the same thing as what Madame Zhu does, as he kind of just mantles right over the arena, but he lands hard. This is a 10-foot drop as he lands right into the arena. The ground almost feels like it shudders as he lands. He's a massive figure, about 7'4", and as he brandishes what seems to be just one sickle, and another to be looks like a like those karate like weapons. Is basically like it's similar to a sickle, but it's like straight out and like all the way to the front. So it's kind of like a long sword he has. As he brandishes these 2 weapons, just pushes them in front of him and just starts walking towards the arena. And he's quite imposing in size, but the other fighters kind of like just give him a quick glance before they just step aside. Gotork Duck here. 24 wins, 3 losses. Also another strong one for this arena. We wish you luck in your battles to come. And the orc just kind of pats his chest, just kind of grunts towards him. And lastly, we have a new contender. Someone who has just decided to enter the ring. And he points towards Neko up in the stands. Neko Tabaxi from the lands of down south. An interesting contender for tonight. Apparently, a wielder of martial arts and key performances. And with that, Dennis just kind of ushers you down. Neko, come!
I will come down from downstairs and, be humble and, put my palm together and do some bow and respect to audience and the fighter.
All right. As you bow to like the rest of them, Max and Dennis goes, oh, we have a very curt one, very curt. And he just asks you to stick your place next to the other fighters.
Okay.
Lena, everything all right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just feel very uneasy right now, so I'm gonna go lie down.
Sure,
Take
no
care.
worries. Yeah, no worries. Okay. So,
Eddie,
yes.
may I tell you that Neko is shaking like hell?
Don't shake yet.
Just the
Don't shake yet. Dennis looks to you. Don't shake, my friend. Do not worry. These are just contenders. They are not yet the champion. You will now meet the champion, as Max and Dennis. And lastly, We have the champions of the arena, the one who has taken all the fights since 2 weeks ago. Strong fighter, small in her size, but definitely not one to mess with. She has won 30 times and 0 losses. And with that, you see the side door of the arena from here start to open. As it slides open to the side, a very familiar face starts walking right
Oh,
out.
come
With an
on.
entourage of what seems to be halfling thugs right behind her. Pascal of the Dead Rats! And you see Pascal, the halfling thief that nearly killed you all in the last encounter you had with her, just walk right out, look towards the crowd, and the entire crowd starts shouting, "Hey! Pascal! Pascal! Pascal!"
You definitely
Tonight-
need your staff back.
I look away. I try to hide my face and try to hide behind the one that bigger than me.
For now, you all look towards the halflings. Like, even you guys are sitting in the corner. But there's enough crowd to kind of like cover everyone. And Pascal doesn't seem to notice you. Not even you, Neko. As she just kind of looks towards the crowd and kind of like just brings it in. Yeah! And she just pulls out her short swords and kind of like just spins around. Tonight, the winner of the battle will have the chance to fight our champion in a one-on-one battle until one falls unconscious or the other surrenders. So, with that, we will start our battles with the contenders. And you see Pascal and her halfling thugs start to move back again towards the opening in the side and start heading down towards the hall. Max and Dennis start to pull out like strips of papers in between them as they kind of like shuffle it into a hat, to one of his helmets, like basically pulls out his helmet, puts all these pieces of papers in, shovels it out, and grabs 2 of the numbers. Alright then, our first fight. Is between Madame Zhou and Dangorn. And you see like a massive shouting again. The rest of the fighters, please make yourselves available, or you may rest in the fighters' room as well if you like. And he just points again to the side where Pascal kind of walks off the tunnel. But please, the rest of you who are not in this fight, get out of the ring. And Madame Zhu and Dango kind of take their place in the center of the ring as the rest of you, Gortorok and you, Alf, like start heading out.
Before I go outside the ring, I look at Mogroth and I nod as a sign that that's the guy.
Alright. So the whole group sees this as Pascal doesn't really take much notice of you guys as she just walks right back into where the area that she kind of came out of with her entourage. Max and Dennis start heading up the stairs again as the fight looks like it's about to start. Gortuduk and Ulf actually also start heading towards the fighters' resting area. So Neko, would you like to join them? Or technically you could still be here because your fight hasn't started yet.
Okay. I go back to my party, to my
So
friend.
you head back to your party first for now. The rest of them kind of like walk off for now.
Alright.
And as the battle begins, you see Max and Dennis kind of like walk right out the arena as they start their, how do you say? They start their
Very.
Alright. Give me a second, sorry, it's a bit lag. Yep. As they start to head up to what seems to be like this area up to the southeast, like a small little booth where they kind of lean over as they can like oversee the match. And you can see that they seem to be the officiators, the rule makers as well. Like these 2 people are definitely not small time Nashers, that's for sure. And the fight goes on. So let me see what happens. Let's see the results of the fight.
Shit, you AD.
Can I do a quick? Can I do a quick aside?
definitely, you guys can definitely talk as the fights happen. Everyone's in this huge hoo-ha as everyone's like just like watching on the fight. Some of them are cheering Dangum. You can see the females in his like entourage start to like scream as he starts to brandish his maul out towards this female as she pulls out her fans,
Well,
getting
once-
ready for fighting.
Once I see
Uh,
that they're announcing that Pascal is the previous champion,
Mhm.
I want to try to do a quick look at everybody's weapons that they're using, and I want to see if I notice any silvered or any that look like they might be better quality than normal weapons.
No, they are not. You can very easily see that everyone's weapons like looks of a very basic quality, like basically just a normal sword. You don't see any silver of any kind, and you can make me an insight check, or maybe maybe an insight check. Yeah, just a quick insight check. Just let me roll this.
I am so insightless; it's not even funny.
Yeah, you don't see any magical weapons or silver. You're not so sure like what's everyone's deal here. It's hard to tell whether people are actually going to be
Well, I'm
swinging
gonna-
these spells.
I'm
So,
gonna when Nico comes back and joins us, I'm gonna tell him you might want to get your staff back from Heather for this fight.
Yeah, that's
because
what
I
I
don't
want
know.
to ask.
I don't think you have unlimited ki, and you're probably going to need that staff to even damage her.
Yeah, I know.
okay.
I never expect that.
Oh, is that
one
why
coming.
she's a champion?
Because
Sorry,
if they don't know she's a were rat, that might explain why she's winning all the time.
Ah, that's very interesting indeed.
Yep.
Yes, you can
Yeah,
assume
well-
that.
Yeah, that's my. Yeah, well, I can. Yeah, that's my. Yep, Heather, may I take the stuff back?
Most probably give it back
Heather
to
will
you.
say yes. Heather will
Uh-huh.
say yes.
Yeah, Heather had to drop out.
Okay, so give me one.
Let's go back to watching the fight.
Okay. So
Hey, wait, wrong.
the fight begins as you see Dandem start to rush towards Madame Zhao. She immediately unleashes like what seems to be a flurry of her fans towards him, and within the first round, okay, give me a second. Where's my rules? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So you see Dandem just easily like knock away the fans out of it there as they fly back to her, and she tries to like fight quite in this like oriental style of, it's almost like a dance as she's just dancing around Dangum, but his size and the length of his maul is giving him quite a bit of an advantage. He swings it around. You actually can hear the air like flowing past her, like whoosh, whoosh, every time he swings it around, and you can tell one of those hits will definitely hit her eventually, as Madame Zhao just kind of jumps right over him, flips right, like this 180 right over him, and as he's about to like smack him in the back of the head, he just used the butt of his hammer to smack her backwards, and you see her fly towards the wall as she falls completely unconscious. And the first
What?
winner is Dangum Terrence Strength! As you see Dangum just pull up his hammer, and the girls and his entourage immediately start to faint one by one. Unconscious on the desk. A few of their friends like try to grab onto them. Madame Zhao is unconscious and out. And you see two Nashers, like dressed in their grey cloaks, start to run down towards, grab her body out. And the
Oh,
unconscious
Nico.
Madame
So you're
Zhao
gonna
is basically grabbed
Well, that
to the
was
side.
unpleasant to see.
And with that, Dangum is our first winner. Next fight.
Oh boy.
So minus the 4, so it should be 2d4. All right. We
One
have.
and- Sorry, Eddie.
All right. We will have Otudark and Neko. Please make your way to the arena.
Oh, all right, guys. This is it. All right. As I go down with my quarter staff.
Yeah. As you go down, you pass by Dangum, and he looks at you and kind of just like brushes past you. Runt, You're not going to win anything tonight. All your woman and money is mine. And starts walking away from you with a gruff. And heads
As
back
I
towards his
just
entourage.
ignore. I
So,
just
Neko.
ignore him and I slap my face. Try to wake up.
Getting ready for the fight. So, sure, no problem.
Yep.
As you start heading towards the center, you look the door slide open as Otudok, this 7'4" half orc, jumps right off the edge and lands about like 20 feet away from you, starts walking straight up to you. Max and Dennis kind of cheers the crowd and just looks towards you. They go, good luck. As one of them has betted on you. Don't lose. And
All right. Okay.
Neko, you take your positions in the center as Otudok starts to walk menacingly towards you. He grabs out both his like scythe and his this sickle. He kind of drags it behind him as he walks towards you. So Neko,
Okay.
anything you want to do before you start?
Okay. So as a monk, it's a traditional thing that when someone is challenge you, it's good for you to be humble and respect and bow to, like fist and palm show at
Yeah.
him.
Stands up and say, "Go to dark."
Okay.
Go ahead.
So with that, Neko,
Alright,
as you kind of
alright.
like make like a very like I would say you bow towards him. And
I got money on the cat.
Otudok just looks
We shall
towards
see.
you, just grunts, and with that, just throws one of the sickles towards you. So, please, let's begin. I'd like you to make me 3 checks, Neko. One athletics check, one acrobatics check, and either a constitution check or a weapon attack. So I'll let you choose. Between these 4, you can choose which one to roll first.
Okay. Acrobatic, athletic, and attack.
Yeah, so you choose one,
Either
you
attack,
roll
okay.
attack. Yeah, you can choose which one to start
Alright.
first. So either can start with athletics, can start with acrobatics, can start your weapon attack, or you do your constitution check, up to you.
Okay. I will go with acrobatic.
Alright, roll me acrobatics, please.
2.
Alright, so 16. As he throws this like sickle towards you, you just catch it out of mid-air and you're like, whoa, what the? And you see him charging directly into you with his body as he slams you into the ground. You land hard and kind of roll. The weapon falls out your hand. Your own like quarterstaff haven't even pulled out yet. As you just like kind of roll on the ground, and everyone just kind of screams. Neko, you lost the first one. Second one.
What? Okay. Okay.
What you gonna roll? I'll just roll, I guess.
The what? The
Either
3 things that.
athletics- Yeah, either
Okay.
athletics. Wait. So just now you roll acrobatics, so that's a fail. So I'll use your athletics roll.
Yeah.
Okay. So with the athletics roll. Ooh, high or low, Neko?
Hi. Come on. Yes.
Neko, you see this like massive hawk just charge towards you as you're on the ground, almost like stomping on you. You roll out the way, kind of backflip a few pieces away from him, and you start to brandish your own weapon as well. He looks at you, not bad, and runs at you with his sickle, picks up his other weapon from the ground, and just like starts clanging onto you. You guys basically just like deflect blows, attack each other. You basically don't move back and you move back and forth around the arena in this like fighting style, and like after a few seconds, you kind of clash and move away. That round was a draw, as you both like take your stance, getting ready again.
Okay.
So, Neko, I tell you what, I'll let you roll another attack because I didn't know you rolled a 3-1. So just roll.
Yeah.
another attack.
No. The unarm is accident because
Yeah.
I want my fingers so
Yeah.
big.
Yeah, so use your
So-
quarterstaff. Yeah, use your
Quarterstaff,
quarterstaff attack. Yeah. And we use.
Oh damn. That's not good.
Neko, high or low?
Oh. Give me high. Oh,
Neko,
7.
Kill him. Go to dark.
you like you think you are like with your ability, you should be able to like run around him and like smack him down and therefore like defeat him. And with that, you kind of dash around to the back side of him and smack him into the knee. He goes down onto one knee, puts his weapon down, and as you flip right over him to like finish him off with the attack, he just grabs you out of the mid-air. It just drops his weapon, just grabs you mid-air, and you're like, oh shit! You're stuck in mid-air as he's holding you there. He looks up towards you. Bad kitty cat. Die! And just smashes you right down in front of him into the ground. You see the whole world spin as it starts to turn white and stars start to fly and everything goes dark. Neko, you have lost your match.
Oh, come on.
And Max and Dennis just, we have our winner! Go to dark! Neko,
Go to the ark.
you are unconscious. I'll keep you at full health for now. You're unconscious as you
Okay.
are dragged out. Everyone sees Neko being dragged out, unconscious by the Nashes, heading back towards the the fighters' rest area.
Okay. Do we have another round or just a dead match?
You have just lost all your matches. You just lost it, all of it.
Yeah, okay.
All right. And Max kind of like spits on the floor as he just takes out his betting slip and just kind of rips it up and throws it down. Anybody who has betted on Neko, you guys have lost all your money as well.
That's not go to dark.
Other than that, as the fight kind of goes on, you see like there's a switch between, I think right now, Go to Dark fights. Go to Dark will fight with the winner of the previous one, as the eventual winners, like the battle like keeps on going and like fighters keep going in and out. So this all happens over the next, let's say about 10 or 20 minutes or so. The rest of you, you guys can continue watching the fight, but you see Neko being like pulled back to the one area that you are definitely not privy to right now. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Snow's going to just like between matches is just going to like go to the other patrons and just like try to strike up a conversation about them, like, oh, do you think this guy's good, or like, should I have bet on this one, and so on.
Okay.
But eventually try to steer the conversation towards Pascal.
Pascal, what do you want to know about Pascal?
How much of a reputation Pascal has around this area?
Sure. Make me an investigation check, please.
Is Neko still here, or did they take him under
They took him to like this resting area where you guys saw like Madame Zor got dragged as well to the side of the arena through this opening right here. And Neko's unconscious. So as you guys like Neko, she's just unconscious. It's basically being dragged away. Okay.
21, by the way.
Nice. All right. So for 21, you find that Pascal has been here for the past 2 weeks. Can say she has fought basically almost everyone and has not lost a single fight. In fact, it's so hard to hit her that when they do, it doesn't seem to take any effect. They say it's crazy. It's
Shocking.
It's like the gods protect her, basically. It's such a legend around the arena that no one has defeated her yet. And it's so hard to basically even pass through one round of the arena that to get towards her is like the pinnacle of achievement in the fighting pit. So the fact that she's held it for so long is a testament to her strength as well.
So, like, she just came out of nowhere 2 weeks ago, or was she known before that?
Not really well known before that. She just kind of came in. She was invited as apparently like another fighter, like the rest of you guys here. And in her first match, she nearly killed her first fighter. But other than that, all the fights here are not fights to the death. They are basically fights until the other person gives up or unconscious. And she has fought people till they've actually like given up. So they've actually surrendered towards her before in the match. So it's quite a legend that she is right here in this fighting pit. Other than that,
wait, so it's 30 fights, is it?
Yeah, she has won 30 fights and has not lost a single fight.
Yeah, okay.
Alright. So, the winner of this fight, you see Gotudak smash Elf into the ground with his like his bare hands again, and he like slices away at the back of him, before Max and Dennis goes, oi, no killing, no killing. Gotodog like just going ham and crazy, like frenzy on the body. Oi, enough of that! And you see like thugs start to jump over the arena as they try to grab him. Before like Off actually dies from his wounds. And they manage to grab the half orc off eventually. But you see like a bloody mess on the ground with Ulf like kind of bleeding, almost bleeding out. And Max and Dennis goes, if he dies, you will be disqualified, Gotodog. And Gotodog just like yells out, throws his weapons down towards the ground. Stupid trolls! Stupid! And some of the people like in the back kind of like just shouting like for Gotodog. Some of them are actually like angry that this is how the fight's going on right now. But Max and Dennis immediately just calms the crowd. It's like, so alright. Gotodog is still the winner. Elf has lost his last fight here. Elf, please. Then some people actually just grab him from the grounds as he too is dragged away. His body bloody like a mess. You see blood basically being dragged right out of the arena, all the way down the steps. And some of the thugs from the sides, they kind of like try to clean it up and just push away all the dirt and stuff to cover it. But it's very evident there's just like a blood stain going all the way down. And Elf is actually dragged right out of the arena. Kasava, you see him dragged all the way out. Like how the first person, the dwarf you saw, was dragged right out of the arena.
If they drag him past me, can I get up to where I can lay hands on him for a hit point?
Sure, go ahead. So
as they pass me, I'll kind of just reach out and touch him and heal him for 1 point.
All right. As they see you do this, they go, oh, what are you doing? No, this fighter
trying to prevent him from dying.
They look at each other. Not against rules. Go ahead. And you put 1 hit point into him. As Elf just opens his eyes, just coughs out blood and looks towards you. What? Oh.
And then I say I would find a more stable means of employment after this, and I'll head back.
And he kind of like just almost immediately falls unconscious again as he's dragged back out of the arena.
Well, living sleep is better than dead sleep.
That is true. And the last fight, Gotodog is kind of like left there as hold on. This time you see Pascal heading down the stairs past the guards, and as she walks past,
Snow's gonna duck into just duck
she
away.
looks to her left as she notices all of you. Kasava,
Doesn't know me.
oh yeah,
Hi.
yeah. Doesn't really know you.
Snow is gonna like try and duck behind the benches.
You can make me a stealth check, see whether she notices you.
You are tall, ne? No.
Hey, it's good enough.
Stealthy.
A passive perception. She looks, but she catches Mogroth as he's very hard to miss. This black dragonborn, wearing the silver armor, yeah. And she kind of looks towards you all, and kind of just smirks.
And I'll go there. I'll be like cheering for Pascal. Pascal, you can do it. Kill them.
And she just looks back towards you, like with this weird look, like what the fuck, and starts heading down towards the arena. So while all this is happening, let's move over to Neko. Neko,
All right.
you are brought into this chamber here, and after what seems to be like about 5-10 minutes, you wake up as one of the attendants just kind of splashes your face with water. Hey, you still alive, man?
Oh. Ooh. Oh. Well. Oh. Did I lost?
Well, you're here right now and you're unconscious, so yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well. That's a good fight, I guess.
Not really.
As I look around,
Orthodox pretty are smashed into the ground.
Okay. I look around and look at the lady that the fan martial out. The fan martial.
She
Is
looks
she
like
waken-
she's still unconscious. She's still lying on the bed, like she is completely out of it. But you do see another room to your east here, a much nicer, much bigger room. In fact, There are like 2 beds inside there, and there's a whole bunch of like halflings just like sitting around in there. You recognize them to be Pascal's like her bodyguards, like her entourage.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask the one that's splashing the what is this a servant? Is this a servant or a staff?
Like attendant staff lah, stuff. Not like those
Oh,
with
okay.
weapons. Yeah, he looks like he's just more there to help those people who got hurt. Not really a
Oh,
medical expert, but yeah.
I asked him, who's in that room?
He goes, oh, that's the champion's room. If you ever become champion, more than welcome to use that. It's like your private quarters. You can rest there, sleep there for the day. Bring your friends, do whatever you want. Party for all we care.
Oh, I see. Who's the champion name again?
Oh, Pascal, you didn't see her? Probably been here for the past 2
Oh,
weeks. One of our best fighters. Never seen her lose a match.
Pascal, huh?
Yep.
Interesting.
Such a small, sprite little thing.
Well, I thank you for your kindness and try to wake me up. Well,
Well, of course
I
it was.
give him like a reward lah, like 5 gold at him.
5 gold.
Wow. Rich boy.
You give him 5 gold, and as he passes him 5 gold, he's like, it's not necessary, I don't want to.
No. I take him. I say, no. You give me kindness, I pay you with kindness.
Probably like
Take
5 years salary.
Well, if you insist, he just quickly pockets it. You see him look around to the thugs. They don't notice him as he just puts it straight into his pouch. Like, just don't tell anybody you did that, right? Thanks, bro.
I
He
should
kinda
actually go for
gives
every
you a
time I
high five.
kill him.
He gives you a high five. Thanks, man. If you ever come back here, I take good care of you, okay?
Yeah,
Can
okay.
retire and tell his grandchildren.
Next day you don't see him anymore. Next day you see him,
for
I
a
bought a
meantime,
ship. No, yeah.
okay. For a meantime, I go to the ladies and try to medicate her. Can I transfer my chi?
No, you
Try
do
to
not
wake
have that
her up.
ability, my friend. This is not Chinese. Punya,
I'm not way of mercy.
fairy tale
Way of
story.
mercy can do that.
Yeah, but yes, you don't have that ability, unfortunately. You can tell that she's actually fine. She's stable. Just that she's unconscious right now. She doesn't seem to be awake.
I just sit down sit down beside her until she wake up.
Okay, sure. So with that, let's head back out to the arena again. So a fight takes place, and Gotudak, still angry from the fact that he's been pulled off his previous enemy, just pulls his 2 swords out of the ground, points at Pascal. You shall suffer for him instead, and starts running towards Pascal. Pascal just smirks as she looks at him. You have no idea what you're in for. As he swipes down at her, she just ducks, rolls right underneath him, and just stabs him right in the back. And you hear massive like yells and whoops as everyone just sees the fighting prowess of Pascal and Otodok go hand in hand, like fighting each other one-on-one. It looks like almost to the death as blood spurts right off Gotok's body. She cuts one slice and another. She's just running circles around him as he's trying to swipe all around in a huge frenzy. But she's just too small, too quick. And at one point, Gotoda gets lucky and actually nicks her on the side of her face. But I'll say whoever is in the whoever wants to see this can make me a perception check, please.
Okay. Oh, I
Saba,
did
you
not
don't
see
it.
nothing.
The rest of you look towards her face as you see the blood that trickles down start to dry up and the cut immediately start to close. And Gotodak just eyes wide open, just looks, what? Pascal just looks as she licks the blood off the side of her face and she kind of, that felt good. And she just charges straight at his head, immediately stabs him right in the neck. And you hear like silence in the crowd as everything goes quiet. Gotodak
Hey, is
down
that
hard.
disqualification?
And even Max and Dennis are almost surprised by what has happened. Give me a second. As everyone immediately goes quiet, the crowd just like almost dies down. It's like they've never seen their champion taken down someone like this before. Gotorak starts bleeding, and
And
Pascal just
jumps
pulls the
down
blades out.
and casts healing word immediately.
Oh, really? Do you do that?
Yeah, I jump into the arena and cast healing word.
Sure, make me a deck save as you land into the arena. Hey, no
God
problem.
damn.
You land, like 3-point landing, on your knee. Oh, it's quite hard, but you get up immediately. And Max and Dennis just shouts, "Oi! No outside people in the arena!" And you see the guards immediately start to rush down towards you. You can cast off your healing word first. Yeah. As
I
you
cast
start
the
to
healing
close.
word straight away. It's like, a life is in danger.
Alright, as you start to close the wounds around Gotudak's neck, and Pascal just pulls the blade right out as he sees like the blood start to trickle down, looks towards you and goes, "Softy," and starts walking like out. Max and Dennis kind of look towards each other. The
Why don't
winner!
you fight me instead?
The winner is Pascal! And everyone just kind of like looks around. Orthodok's not dead thanks to you. So they just start cheering for Pascal as she puts her blades behind her back. Looks towards you, Ansel, as you like, are you still
And
here?
I
Yeah,
say to her, yeah, I'll say to her, like, why don't you fight me instead?
She goes,
Oh.
"You
Nice.
don't have the right, neither the skill. Beat the others first, then come up to me and we'll see." She starts walking
Sure.
very haughtily away from you. And the guards immediately like come and
And I
grab you
just keep
out of
on
the arena.
smiling.
Yeah, the guards immediately grab you out of the arena. A couple of the other guards obviously go and grab
I just raise my hand and just like follow them along.
Okay. They ask you to like quickly follow them because you are not allowed in the arena. And with that, Gotarak is led out towards the resting area as well. Neko, you see the half-orc that smashed in the ground basically looks like he's bleeding out from his neck as two of them just throw him onto the bed and they throw like some towels over his wounds, but he seems to be alive as he's just like gurgling. He can't seem to be talking straight. They just kind
I
of leave
go
him there.
direct to him and ask him, "Oh, what happened? Who did this to you?"
And you see Pascal walk right past the guards, look at you, Neko, look at all the others, and she doesn't even recognize you almost. She just like walks past and goes, "Losers, all the lot of ya," and starts heading towards the room and closes the door. You can hear whoops and cheerings from her crowd as they know that she's won again.
Before she disappears, I establish telepathic connection with her.
With who?
Oh.
Wow.
With who?
Hey, is it?
With Pascal.
How do you do that? Okay.
Like once she's gone, it's like, nice cam you got here.
And okay.
Oh.
And you hear a reply back. What is this? Who are you?
A fan.
You fans and your crazy ways. Leave me be. And you can tell she's like uninterested in the conversation almost. How long does it last for?
Right now is level
think 1
1.
minute,
2
right?
minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, wow.
Okay. So I'll say
Oh, yeah,
you
level 3.
can get a quick conversation with her if you want right now.
Are you hard up for money? Why do you do that?
My reasons are not for your thoughts. You can decide whatever you want, whoever you are, wherever you are. And you hear like grunting, and she seems to be like worried about something.
Oh, great. We'll talk again.
No, Snow. Wait, does Snow know that Kasava's doing this?
No, this is all telepathic in
I'm yeah.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
he needs is mine. No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, nobody knows this. Only Cassava knows. And Pascal. She goes, if I find out
Just
who
read
you
the
are.
mind.
It's another plane.
Cassava. She goes, if I find out who you are, you'll be very sorry you messed with me, Pascal. And with that, the 2-minute mark stops.
Yeah.
the telepathic link stops as well. Outside, there's a big hoo-ha with the fight as it has ended. Everyone is kind of like looking around, discussing the matters that happened. But Max and Dennis hits back towards the center again and goes, "And for tonight again, Pascal is our champion. Thank you all for coming to the fight. We will be hosting this every night from today onwards." And
Every night.
start heading
Okay. This is interesting.
so Max and Dennis
Oh.
start heading
As
towards
they
you guys.
as Max and Dennis come back up, I'm gonna walk over to Max and I'm gonna thank him again for the opportunity to see the fights.
Okay.
It was very interesting, and I'm gonna just casually ask him about
Morgoth?
like
Well,
what as far as the rules go. You pretty much anything goes when you're in the arena, right? As long as you're able to do it, it's good.
yeah, anything goes for a now. We're not really so tight about rules. I mean, this used to be a death pit. Criminals used to be sent here to be killed, fight amongst themselves. Whoever survived was given a chance at freedom. But those are archaic laws. So long time ago, we kind of like try to capture that atmosphere back again. But obviously with new laws in place. We
Magic
don't want
allowed?
people dying
What
here for no reason. A lot of
what
cleanup
is
work.
what is your opinion on a naturally unfair advantage?
Well, we don't really have any rules against that, really. Just fight. If you win, you win. You lose, you lose. You know? You can bring any
If
weapon
you're
you want in there if you think it
what
gives
if
you an
you're
advantage.
predisposed to win?
Well, nobody's predisposed to win. Everybody gets hit one way or another. Just depends how much you can take a hit.
Yeah, Morgoth, you should join. This should be fun.
Understand?
Oh, one more thing as Max kind of turns towards you, Mogoro. Actually, I spoke with our leader, and he was quite interested to perhaps meet you all and just get to know you all. You are first timers here in this pit, and I think your party here is really quite unique. You know, so many interesting people and faces here. So, please, when you are free, we will try to get Neko as well. I believe he should be awake by now. Please join us at the main table down in the foyer, and he just points down towards the southeast, where Max had met the leader of what seems to be this little faction here. You are invited to
All
have
right.
dinner with us. Just have a quick chit chat. And they both start heading down towards the stairs. And the fights,
Well-
like people start to usher out slowly, very slowly, like a few people here and there, but there's still quite a lot of people in the fighting pits, kind of just like hanging around the previous contenders, those who had lost as well. You can see Dangum in the side there. He had lost earlier to another fighter, and you see like his two female lasses just taking care of him, like putting him on his lap, like oh dear, other than that, just very quickly, I'll move over to Neko first. Neko.
All
You
right.
see one of the guards. You see Max actually. Max, no. You see Dennis
All right.
walk up towards the area that you are in and goes, "Hey, how are you doing, man?"
Yeah, seems fine. Well, I'm just worried about these poor people, this poor guy.
He
I
goes,
point at
don't
the
worry, we
orc.
have plenty of that every night. They just need a little bit of rest and they head off in the morning. Except for that guy, he looks like he's pretty bad shape. Might need a couple of days. He points towards the orc. You see, like the towel over his neck is still like soaked in red and blood. Like the whole bed is almost soaked in blood. Other than that, Madame Zhu is still kind of unconscious right now. So it just goes towards you. Well, the fights are all over. Your friends and you actually, our leader wished to speak to you all just for get to know you.
Well, oh, okay. Thanks for information. I'll be right ahead.
Okay, come on, follow me. Let's
Be-
get out of here.
before I go, I do some like a prayer to the both the woman and the orcs.
Yep.
I said that May the Lord Bahamut, veteran dragon, guide you. Be
Correct.
safe, my friend.
As you give them a little
Yes, I'm
prayer
not on a fight.
and you start heading off, you see the man that was attending you. This like half elf man, definitely a little bit about just a little bit taller than you. He's like 4'5". He's about 4'8". Basically, just kind of wave and just holds up one gold coin that you gave him. He's like, thanks, man. And bites onto it.
I just nod at him
All right.
and I just move up.
Okay, so just a little bit of what's happening, Neko. You are led down the stairs. You pass by another like room to your side, the door being closed. But you're led to this large foyer here, where everyone seems to be like eating around tables. People you don't recognize. Dennis kind of just like walks up towards them. It's like, could you free the table for our guests, please? And three of them just start heading over to the other side, kind of nod. And they seem to be part of the faction, at least. As you can notice, they're wearing like grey cloaks as well on them. And
I. Okay, go on, go on.
yeah,
You finish it.
basically-
You finish
yeah,
it.
you're basically asked to like, oh here, have a seat. Your friends will be arriving soon. And
Oh, thank you. As I sit down, I ask Max. Max, if I may ask you,
yes.
is there a way? Okay. Is there a way that I can challenge a fighter in this pit? Just for like a special fight. Just both of us, two of us. Like I choose
Oh.
one challenges.
And you see Max and Dennis kind of like stroke their beards. Interesting, an exhibition match. So the rest of you guys, I'm gonna carry you guys here. Start heading down the stairs, and eventually you two are led to the foyer by Max. Pass some cards. You see Neko is already like sitting down on the table. He seems to be discussing something with Max, and yeah, I guess you guys hear the conversation. So Max and Dennis kind of
Yeah.
like stroke their chins. I tell you what, Neko, make me a persuasion check, please.
Persuasion. Come on.
Oh, he goes, well, normally, the only way to, fight another fighter is you guys are in the table for a full-on match. But we're ending that for tonight. We do have certain exhibition matches, but it would depend. Whoever you wish to fight, whether they wanted to fight you or not, and what's in it for them.
Ah. Oh, I see.
So
Well,
if
I
you
guess
were
I have to
perhaps
talk
like
with the
betting
fighter.
against them, like you bet like I don't know, like 20 gold that you might beat them regardless. It is a possibility they might be interested.
Ah, I see. Oh,
But
thank you,
any
Max.
fights you wish to requisition, just let me know, and I'll try to sort it out for you. All right?
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay. And Max and Dennis start to head off side to the table. You guys are led to this foyer-like area here. Cassava, Mary, Snow. And you can see there's like food on the table. There's basic broth and some breads and cheeses as well. There's even ales. And one of the guards like grabs a tankard and starts filling tankards up for you all. So all of you have like a drink and like food in front of you right now. Max and Dennis just goes, wait here. We'll speak to our leader, Arlon, for a second. We'll see what he wants with you. And they both start heading up towards the stairs. Towards this man right here. So, while all this is happening, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Oh man, that's a good fight, man. Even I lost, I'm kind of proud for myself. Never had this kind of fight before. I tell to the party.
Okay.
Yeah. Snow is going to drink the ale.
It tastes bitter.
And
Definitely a lot bitter than the previous ales you've tried in Neverwinter. This tastes something like homemade. Yeah, there's a little bit of moonshine in there. You think?
yeah, okay. She's slightly buzzed at this point.
Yeah, I'll say not even lightly buzzed. Like you feel it like the bitterness in your.
She's a lightweight.
Yeah, so you just feel. You feel it make you like a little bit lightheaded, but it passes almost immediately. With a 14 con, yeah, it's fine. The rest of you, if you guys want to drink, you can make a con save as well, if you like.
I'm good, not touching
no.
it.
Okay.
I'm
No
I'm
problem.
I'm going to pass on the
Ale.
alcohol
Okay.
part of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
No problem.
If there's like water or something like that at the
Yep.
table, I'll kind of drink that with the
Yep.
cheeses, but I'm going to avoid the alcohol.
Yeah, there's a tankard of water as well that you can pour for yourself. It's just like readily there, but because everyone's been drinking the ale, no one's kind of touched it. So you grab the tankard and you pour yourself some
Yeah.
water. Kasava, you take a drink as
Uh,
well. And it's
I'm the
bitter.
designated paladin, so
Designated paladin. All right. I have to carry people back if they pass out. Okay. So Kasava, you take a swig as well. It's pretty strong. Almost tastes like a bitter ale of some sort, mixed with some sort of moonshine. You're not sure. The mixture is quite like rancid almost, but you down it and it's fine. You feel that slight buzz as well for a bit before it kind of goes away.
Life outside. They have so many interesting things in here.
All right. And eventually, you guys hear Arlon, this man, stand up and start walking down the stairs towards you, flanked with Max and Dennis. As he starts heading towards you all.
as he approaches our table, I'll stand up.
Yep. In fact, everyone stands up as the other side as well. Like, notice his presence, they all stand up as well. And Max just goes, "Please, my friends, I'd like you all to meet our leader, Arlon Bladeshaper." And Arlon just kind of walks up towards you, Kasava, kind of holds out his hand. You can see his entire arm, even like his face basically is just scarred. It looks like he's been through like 100 fights and survived them as well. He has like
Shake.
this grayish look in his eyes, almost like dull look, as he looks towards you and goes, "Welcome, welcome to the Nash's Pit. This little area here is kind of like my home. So please enjoy yourselves, take it at your own." It starts heading towards like the head of the table and takes a chair to sit down besides you all.
I'll sit.
Yeah, Max and Dennis as well take the other side of the table and kind of joins you all and goes, "This one here," he points towards Neko, and Arlan just looks towards you, like this cat next to him. A lot of balls on him. Tried to get into the fight straight away. Oof, whoa. Go to dog, took him down like a chump. Dennis is
Well,
well, you wouldn't have betted on him like that, Max? And Max just like, "Aye, shut up." Arlon just kind of
Well-
just like chuckles to himself. "Very nice to meet you, Neko." And he kind of hold out his hand to like shake your paw.
it's I put my palm and bow at him. I say it's an honor to meet you too.
Oh, okay. And he pulls back his hand. And the rest of you as well. As he looks
Eddie,
around the table.
you're breaking up.
Am I breaking up? Oh no, checking.
Fine, seemed fine for me.
Oh, it's probably your side then. Okay.
Alright.
So he just goes.
Sorry.
Who here is the leader amongst your group? You seem to be a very eclectic ensemble you have here.
Well,
I
I
take
point at
that
Mogroth.
title currently.
She pointed at McGruff and goes, "Oh, Dragonborn. Haven't met one in a very long time. Probably the last time was in all the way in Candlekeep along the roads. What is your name, sir?"
I am Morgoroth of the Silver Tusks.
Silver Tusk. Tell me, is that a clan in up north? Haven't heard it from around Neverwinter before.
No, let me get to my notes here.
Next story time.
I'm
Yeah.
my clan is from Tementher.
Ah, I see. One of the original Dragonborn clans. Very nice to meet one of the original. And he curtly shakes your hand as well. And you, how about you, fine sir? You seem pretty young to be in such a adventuring group of sorts. Point towards Snow.
Snow?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Snow. I just do theater work, I guess.
Theater work. Never heard of this theater you speak of. What is it like?
it's a small time theater in Luskin. Out of character, I don't think we ever came up with the name of the theater troupe Snow was working in.
No, you basically made that. No, you did. The group is who the group is. Outside of that, they are not known like very well. So you're just known as like a
Yeah.
very simple theater group. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just a small time theater group in Luskin.
Interesting. So you're a bard
Mostly
of
just a
sorts.
stagehand.
Oh, a
Not just a
stagehand.
stagehand.
I see. And why the sudden change of environment? Isn't Luskin quite? And he just thinks to himself, "No, maybe not. It's not that great." He looks around the table again. Welcome here to Neverwinter. I hope my people and Neverwinter has treated you well.
Yeah, it's warmer here, so
well,
that's nice.
I'll let you know if we ever get into Neverwinter.
Oh, I see you all are still stuck outside here. Well, not to worry about that. If, how to say, you would assist some of my men on the wall, we could perhaps put you up there as well. So if you ever
Oh,
need
you
entry,
can?
So you have men on the wall.
of course, we have men everywhere. The Grey Cloaks are old timers, and the Sons of Elegandar, even though we are two different factions right now, many of us are tradesmen, many of us soldiers, mercenaries. We have lived here forever, ever since the time of what is his name again?
The general?
So
Ever since.
when you say split, what do you mean?
Okay, give me a second. Let me just get my notes out too. It goes ever since the time of Lord Nasher, the last true king of Neverwinter, and as you can see, we're not very close with the Grey Cloaks. That's why the people here call us Nashers. Because of Lord Nasher.
So the Nashers and the Grey Cloaks have split.
Well, we are not at odds with one another. We still sometimes discuss, and I obviously still speak with the leader of the Grey Cloaks. But things have been awry of late. I'm not so sure whether I should speak to you all about this, but do mind an old man as he goes about talking
Well,
about.
I can
Yeah, continue.
I can exchange truth for truth.
He goes,
Ooh.
well, that is not necessary. We are just making introductions. So, he goes, my name is Arlon Bladeshaper. I am the great grandson of one of the original Neverwinter 9. And as of late, unfortunately, the Grey Cloaks, the Sons in general, have not been able to do much about this new Neverwinter government. They've been coming in with their mercenaries, taking over parts of the land, taverns, imposing taxes upon trades and goods. Fishermen aren't getting really well off about this, but this is why we stay right outside of Neverwinter. Other than that, the only thing the Grey Cloaks ever do really is just make a bunch of noise every time there is a
You said
parade.
you said his name was Alan Bladeshaper.
Arlon Bladeshaper. A R
Is it
L
like
O N.
Arlon.
ALONN?
A R A R L O N.
Oh, Arlen.
Arlon, yeah, Arlon Bladeshaper.
All
Yeah, he
right.
just
Go
goes.
carry on.
Yeah, he just goes. Well, the Grey Cloaks, though they bear no love for the Lord Protector like we do, they focus a little bit more on the how do you say, the politics on things. They like to go to the councils, they like to go to the town halls, and they make a lot of noise and rebel a lot and protest a lot. But really, none of that really ever works. Since when have you ever seen people making noise by word of mouth and anything being done about it?
I know.
So the members of our camp here, we take a little bit of a more direct approach. If ever we see any of our people being bullied in any sort of way, if we see the taxes are imposed too strongly onto our tradesmen, if we see the guards start to grab goods away from our fishermen, that's when we take action and we take it take whatever is rightfully ours back. That is all. By and large, we do not wish for anything to happen to Neverwinter. This is our homeland. This is where we've always lived. I have lived here since I was a child. I hope my men all here understand this. And he just looks towards the other guards, and some of them definitely look thuggish in nature, but all of them like curtly nod towards him, as he seems to take like quite a bit of precedence in their hierarchy here. Max and
I'll
Dennis
ask
also just
him
kind of nods.
what are your relationships with the other groups? Who are the red guys?
The red brands.
What are your relationships with the other groups, like the red brands? I'll say the tradesfolk, the mercenaries.
Okay. He will go. These red brands you speak of, the new mercenaries in town, make a lot of noise. We try not to get in their way, and they try not to get into ours. But some of the time, because they kind of guard some residences and tradespeople on the port, it can get a little bit angsty sometimes. Other than that, we are peaceful. We are not at any war of any sorts. In fact, the only faction that we are worried about is the new Neverwinter government. And whatever the Mintan mercenaries sometimes abuse their power, we try to keep their power in check as well. That is our cause. As for the others,
Understandable.
we keep everyone at peace here. Know that
One more group I'd like to ask you if you're familiar with.
Of course, go ahead.
Have you heard of the Dead Rats?
Oh, of course. And Max and Dennis kind of like nod towards Arlon, and he goes, well, you see, many things have happened of late, and my men, my faction here, we are suffering. We have no great source of income besides the pits themselves. We don't share in anything that the Grey Cloaks have on their side, and they are very well much more established than us. Some of them are lords, some of them are quite wealthy, but everyone here, he just points here, none of us bear those markings. We are just simple men, tradesfolk, brought up to try to bring a better world for Neverwinter. Other than that, well, the grey hairs, and he just kind of like chuckles to himself, as a few of the thugs also chuckles. They try to do things very low key, and as to how successful they have been, I myself don't agree. What has really happened so far is he kind of like frowns to himself. Even Max and Dennis also frowns as well. You see, not long before you all have arrived, about a few months back, there was a very large incident. And I'm still reeling from the results of it. You see, the Sons of Alagondar used to be one. And it is sad that it has come to a date like this, but our previous leader, his name was Simril. He was...
Can you spell that?
Yeah, I'll spell it for you in chat.
Thank you.
He goes,
Simril.
Simril. Goes, I didn't used to be any sort of leader. I just kind of, I believe like you, took up the post by need of necessity. Before that, however, Simril was our the leader, was revolutionary. He brought it all together, the Grey Cloaks and the Nashers. And we almost took over parts of the port until he was assassinated. Before his death, our insurgency were limited in our tactics to but non-violent and frustrating annoyances to sabotage and theft of supplies. However, we've had to push our agenda a little bit harder. So,
Okay.
Continue. Yeah, other than that, I don't know what else I can say. We're all trying to survive in our own way, aren't we?
Do you know who assassinated Simril?
and everyone sighs at the table. Even the other table kind of like holds, like they look like they're all down just from the mention of his name. No idea. If we had known, perhaps we could have done something about it. But Simril's death was a tragic loss to all of us. Even to the Grey Cloaks, we can tell that it's affected them most dearly. They have pretty much stopped all of their actions against the Mintan mercenaries. Without his leadership, all of us feel a little bit lost. So I try to pick up the pieces here and make sure these men are well fed, well cared for, well protected. Other than that, I really don't know what else we can tell about Simril. He was unique. And with that, you can see, like, he just holds up his ale glass, and everyone else at the table, Max and Dennis, as well as the other side, like, they stand up as well as they hold up their ale glass. To Simril, true son of Elegandar. And they all take a swig.
Snow
down
raises her.
his name.
I'll stand up as
See,
well.
Okay.
I won't toast, but I'll at least stand up to show respect.
Yep. And you can pick up your
Yeah,
glass.
I just can, but
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
just pick up
drink.
your glass and kind of like raise it as well, but you don't have to drink. As all of them down their glasses and sit back down again. Okay, well, now that the introduction's out of the way, and you've asked a lot about me, but I'd like to ask a little bit about you too. Max and Dennis said you've been making some waves in the port of late. Apparently, you've been seen in and out of the Moonstone Mask, out of the Driftwood Tavern as well, I believe. So, before things get too awry, may I ask, what is your reason for being here tonight?
Well,
He
If
just
you
looks
wanted
very
to
carefully. He looks
find out more
very
about.
carefully at every one of you, one by one. So, whatever you
okay.
say, yeah, whatever you say
Because
seems to be under.
he's asking each of us, or just looking at
He's
us when
asking
he's
out
asking.
loud. He's asking out loud, and he's just looking at each and every one of you to see who responds back.
Yeah, Snow's like the face of the group. So, yeah, Snow's going to be like, yeah, I mean, we've been sort of, going around meeting people, just trying to find jobs and so on. Odds and ends.
He
Uh,
goes,
me on the
"Are you
other
sure?"
hand,
He goes, "Are you sure that is the only reason?"
I tell him I'm going to tell him to be truthful. We're here on a fact-finding mission.
Yeah,
fact-finding mission.
We're new to Neverwinter.
we just want to
And
sort
I
of
think
know.
it's always good. It's
Yeah.
always good to know who our allies are and who we need to worry about. I heard things about the fighting pit and wanted to check them out for myself. I don't believe that fighting in the pit would be condoned by my patron,
I
but
see.
I'm not going to say that I wasn't interested in the fighting that was going on, but we've already come across a couple of people that we saw tonight under not so favorable circumstances. So it's good to know more about what's going on as you are dealing with worries between the Nashers and the Grey Cloaks. We're trying to determine who our allies are without upsetting our enemies too much.
I see. And have you made much enemies in the time that you've been here, Mr. Mogroth?
Snow coughs sheepishly.
We've made at
Ah.
least one.
So,
I elbow
That's
Mogros.
why I was asking. That's why I was asking if you're aware of a group called the Dead Rats.
he goes, I am aware of them. Pascal apparently is a member of them as well. Unfortunately, as I said, our organization is a little bit fractured right now. And any assistance that we can receive from others, we greatly appreciate. Pascal, though she is champion here for the past 2 weeks, she has assisted us as well in some raids, as well as some missions that I've sent out for my men. Without her, we wouldn't have enough money to survive for the next winter. So, unfortunately, we have heard of rumors here and there, but until they disrupt the businesses here, we don't do anything that will affect our well-being as well as the factions of others.
I heard they attacked the beach Leviathan.
Who did?
The dead rats.
And he looks around to Max and Dennis, and Max and Dennis just look at each other, like just shrug. Arlon just goes, I have not heard this myself, and I believe the beach Leviathan is still standing.
Well,
Well, they weren't actually
it's
going
still
after the
standing.
beach Leviathan. They were actually coming after us.
Oh, and
Yeah.
with that, even Max and Dennis like eyes were open. And why are the dead rats coming after you, may I ask?
No idea. He
Well-
comes to
Well,
a place.
Snow say like
make
Snow
me
like
a
say
deception
something.
check, please.
When
Neko.
when he says no, when he says no idea, Morgoroth clearly shrudges, like kind of like ugh.
Yeah, Snow's
What?
like Snow leans forward and says, "Well, I'm from Luskan, and dead rats are a pretty big organization there.
Is that so?
And,
I-
yeah,
and
yeah, they're not good.
well, do you know the reason why the people here are called the Grey Cloaks?
The anyone is allowed in, aren't they?
No.
As long as they
See, grey is the color in between black and white. All that happens here in Neverwinter, nothing is black and white. Nothing is good, and nothing is truly evil. Here, things mish and mash in colors of all sorts of grays. Here, you can do whatever you want, and yet you are still held to a standard. That is the reason we are called the Grey Cloaks.
Oh, very passionate word.
So you see, we do not judge people of their actions, past or present. We do not care if you have killed, murdered, poisoned, raped, raided. As long as in the future you know you are doing what you are doing is for the better good. Really, how
Well-
does it matter?
Some of the things you just said there, I don't see how you can match that up with the greater good.
And that is why I have lived here much longer than all of you. So, here is my advice to you newcomers right here. Do not judge us of our actions, lest it really bears ill responsibility on our own morals. If that's the case, judge us all you want. And if there is a need for a fight, we will be there for it. I, unfortunately, do not partake in all those insensibilities. I have a faction to run, I have my men to feed, and I have a family as well.
You sounds like my
I
master.
I I can only offer one thing at this time to you, and I do so willingly. If I will always exchange truth for truth.
That is very admirable.
You may not like what I say. I may not like what you say, but I believe that honesty is better than candor.
and like Snow is like stretching her arms out towards Morgoth, and she's like she says, this here is the servant of Torm and our moral standard. Thus our leader."
Well,
I
it's
take
good that
another
you all
drink.
have- well, it's good that you all have a moral compass. It is perhaps sad to say that we do not have one ourselves any longer, and I try to be it as much as I can, but it is hard to maintain control over such a fractured faction. But since that you are in a position of leadership, Mogroth, and you, Snow, seem to know a little bit about what's been happening up north in Luskan, and it's affecting us here in Neverwinter with the dead rats, I would like to ask you all a favor then.
Yes.
What is it?
He goes, unfortunately, this is private Nasher business. And I would not ask anybody outside the faction to assist me in this. Unless, of course, you have your own reasons. But the only way that I can give you this opportunity is, by and large, I hope that you would join us.
You mean join San Anaconda?
Well, technically you'll be with the Nashes. But yes, join up with the Soins of Olagonda. Help us. Help us retake back our lands and our city. And I swear my men and my resources will be at your disposal as well.
I don't know, but I look at the party and I look at him. Well, as myself, as a dedicated, my duty to help that who needs help, but to protect any parties, I don't see anything. But I don't know about my party.
Okay. And he goes,
Well-
how about the rest of you?
I see. Having friends is always a good thing.
I'm okay with friends, but
Friends who can
Snow.
beat people up.
Still looks at Arlen and thinks,
I'm gonna ask Arlon if he would mind giving me and my associates a few minutes to talk.
Yeah, of course, this is an important matter, and I believe, yes, you all should discuss it amongst yourselves first. But please, do give me an answer before you leave tonight, for I will not hold this opportunity out for very much longer. I might have to give it to someone else. And he starts heading off from the table as he bows. Please, enjoy yourselves. And Max and Dennis as well, gives you all their private time as they head over to the other side of the table. And Aulon grabs his ale, heads back up to his chair, and sits back down. Before going over
All right. When he leaves, I'm gonna tell the group. I have talked to many people since we came to this place, and this is the first time I actually feel like someone has been honest with me.
can I insight check it? Is what
Inside check who?
is
Relate.
the truth about that whatever that he told us before this?
What do you mean?
Arlon.
Do you believe,
Alon.
what he says? Yeah, sure, make an
Yeah.
inside check.
Insight.
insight check the servant, the paladin of Torm. Yeah.
No, he's inciting Arlon. It's hard to tell.
Jesus.
He looks like he's very forefront with you guys, but other than that, he's mentioned some things that you guys not very comfortable with either too. So you're not sure really. You're not sure at all.
Snow says, I think his cause is just, but I don't agree with his methods, such as collaborating with the dead rats.
Well, I didn't hear him say that they're collaborating with the dead rats. I heard him say that they're
Mind their own business.
kind of they're more for the common people. The fighting is basically kind of like their business, their bread and butter.
The dead rats
Gambling
are like third-party contractors.
gambling is kind of a I would say is probably the more seedy side of it. And probably with the gambling, you probably have a little bit of activities that are more on the illegal side. but they also have people on the wall. So that was something I was not aware of. I thought it was pretty much the mercenaries, but it almost seems like the mercenaries and the Gray Cloaks and the Nashers share
Yes.
wall duties. So it's almost like they're working side by side, and they may not even know that they work for the same thing.
I think it's just a balance. It's just to put everybody out there, and that the Grey Cloaks are in the middle of it.
I think their methods basically are kind of are what are at odds with each other. But
Well,
like I
Likely.
said, this is the first. Even when I talked with General Sabine, I get the I get the I get the idea that there's more subterfuge, and I don't want to say outright, but a little bit of dishonesty in what she told me. But I don't know. There's something about what Arlon says that appeals to me, even as a paladin of Torm, and I wanted to broach it with everyone here at the table before I give an answer, because I don't I want you to know, honestly and forthright, that I am interested in actually saying yes.
As either way, if we're helping them or we're stopping them, joining them is the next step anyway.
yeah, but I'm okay
Well,
helping
I
them.
don't want to join them to stop them. I don't see that as an
Yeah,
honest
I
move.
don't I don't want
But
to hinder them either.
yeah, me neither.
I think
I
but if
have
I
but
think
if
I,
if
I
they
don't mind
are,
joining them, but at the same time I would like them to at
maybe.
least keep the dead rats away from us.
well, I'm going. Well, I want to just get a vote from everybody. So, um, by a show of hands, who all is interested in doing this?
I raise my
Still
hand.
raises their arm.
uh, I say that, as I said before, I would like to help when they need to, especially to aid other people. But to do
So
some harm,
if
yeah.
if joining them appeals to you, then in chat type yes.
Oh, okay. You'll
Vote now.
I
We
mean,
have a
to
vote,
me, it's
please.
more of it doesn't really matter. I just follow where you go.
God damn it.
So yes,
No, I feel hard for myself. Oh, I hate this.
We have one yes. Two yeses. Technically, Snow also
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Three yeses.
No,
Morgoth
yes.
pretty much on the yes as well. So it seems like it's a yes. I will say
So
on Heather.
my answer is yes.
I will just say on Heather's part. She goes.
Based on
I'm
this bad story.
I'm cool with whatever the group wants to do as well,
Ah,
and I think we should help whoever we can, whenever we can.
All right. So once, then I'll say, then I will go ahead and let Arlon know our answer, and then we'll go from there. Now, on the downside, we were sent here to get information for the mercenaries, and I don't feel comfortable providing that information, knowing what we're going to do tonight, which
I say
means
we
we
okay.
might, which means
I think
we might come at odds with the mercenaries if we don't.
in other words, we do the both part. Is that
I'm not
what you
saying
say?
we can't provide the information
But I'm not going.
at
I'm
all.
not going to betray trust just to gain trust from somebody else.
I'd say we be honest with Arlon and ask him what sort of information he's okay feeding back to.
Um,
Double agent.
Doing this will just be open book for
that
everybody.
would kind of give away our hand on why we actually came here, and I'm not sure I'm ready to go that far yet.
I mean, we did came
I'm
here
not
to
going to
watch
lie.
the
If he were
fight.
to ask me, I would not lie, but I don't want to volunteer certain information I'm not ready to give yet.
Well, if we want to earn his trust, we have to tell it. But to cite other people, it's like water and fire. We
I
cannot.
think if that's the case, I could go on my own to General and just tell her we didn't find out much.
If you're going to go, if you're going to go on your own, that would be really a bad idea
Well, yeah.
because if they determine that you're lying, we may never see you again.
Uh,
Or perhaps you never see us again.
So I'm going to stand up and I'm going to get Arlon's attention,
Yep,
and then I'll
go
sit
ahead.
back down.
All right. He like you usher him over. He just kind of like waves,
I'm
kind
not
of nods
I'm
his
not
head.
going to usher him over. I'm just going to basically I'll nod in his direction, kind of like, yes, we have our
Yep.
answer.
All right. And with that, he starts heading towards the table again with his drink and goes, "So, what is your answer?"
We have taken a vote and we have decided to accept your offer.
but only if you can keep the Nashes off our back.
We're not.
Actually, not say the
I'm
dead
not.
rats off our back.
I'm not. I'm not asking for as much, but I am going to offer you a piece of information you may or may not be aware of. What you do with it is up to you.
All right then, please go ahead.
Um, if you've noticed in the fights that Pascal has won so many fights in the past, um, it's really because you need a certain type of metal to cause her harm.
And he goes, puts up his hand. Please, I am not that interested in the fights after all. They are just a money-making business.
Right,
Whether
but
who the champion really
any
is does not matter to me as well. If Pascal wished to remain up there for the remainder of her life, I could care less. There are bigger matters at hand, and that is why I've asked for your assistance.
well,
Well,
I would assume in a gambling hall and in a place where odds are important, a stacked deck will eventually down the house.
oh,
And as he starts walking back towards like one of the tunnels up ahead, he goes, "Why do you think we let her be the champion? The deck is stacked always on the house's side and not on visitors. Please, if you all are really if you all are certain on joining us, I'd like you to follow me to my private chambers. This is a private matter I'd like to keep only to us."
All right, we'll follow.
Okay? And he starts heading up towards his chamber up north. A few of the guards as well take his, yeah, follow up with him. Some of you guys, give me a second.
yeah.
You guys are basically led into this tunnel that heads down a few steps underground. Ahead of you, you see an echo where the fighters were still resting. Guards are still in the way, but Arlon opens up a room to the east. Okay. And ushers you into his private chambers. So, all of you here. Alright. Before he asks the guards to close the door and to ensure nobody disturbs him during this meeting. So, boom. Okay then. As you guys stand around, you are in what seems to be quite a large bed chamber with a like fur-lined bed to the east. There's a chest in front of it closed as well. And to the north and south, you can see like urns and small little vases like held up by the shelves to the side. Some of them are named, some of them like bear some weird symbols. But other than that, Arlon just walks to the center of the room and ushers you all to come closer. As he goes, All right. We are now in a quiet chamber. No one will disturb us here. Look, I am in a bit of a mess right now. As mentioned, my faction is all up in shit. All right. There are people doing things that I did not expect doing. People joining us and aiding us that I did not expect aiding. And I have no idea who is on my side right now. The Grey Cloaks aren't of any help. As I try to tell them about our issues, they are worried about the greater good. And I'm worried that the Nashes will eventually just disperse or fracture to a point that I myself have no control over anymore. So look, I know you've mentioned the dead rats, and yes, they have assisted us, and we assisted them as well. So far, we have had no issue with them. If you say, however, that they have some issue with you, perhaps we can put in a word if you assist me in this matter. And what I'm talking about is, okay, you just like kind of like starts to gulp, and she starts to think very carefully what he's about to say. Look, we are not very rich, as you can see. We try to make our living through methods, unfortunately, sometimes considered quite illegal from the outside. But inside, we know that we are just trying to survive, trying to provide for the fishermen and the tradesmen, and for the rest of us to be able to take back, hopefully, what is our homeland in the future. But I can't even go that far if I'm not even able to maintain this faction here that I have in my hands. So I ask you, some of my men, some of the younger sons, they have been supplied by some unknown source, weapons, some tactical support, and even information that I am not privy to. I believe somebody is trying to aid us, but for what purposes, I have no idea. And in the way that they assist us, he opens his chest in front of his bed as he pulls out what seems to be a long sword. And it's gleaming long, but it's kind of like tilted to one side, and you can see like barbs on the back of it.
Claymore. Claymore.
And yeah, kind of like a claymore. It's
Yeah.
it's one-handed and two-handed as well, as he kind of holds it up. See this little trinket here? It's pretty good, almost mastercraft, if I would say so. None of my men should have this. Yet, I find one of my patrols brandishing this during one of their outings, and he pulls out what seems to be a small dagger as well. This one too. As he flicks a switch at the bottom of the dagger, like a second blade pops up. And it's basically a double-bladed like dagger. And he goes,
Holy shit.
usually, when we see this kind of things, I would be excited too. But somebody has been supplying my men with weapons. And I am not sure what is their interest in our war. But I need to find out. I've asked the dead rats, and they have said they have no such bearings on such items, let alone giving to us for free. I wish to know who is the one aiding our younger sons, and whether they have any interest in our war, in our little a war against Neverwinter, or are they trying to push us in a different direction? I do not know. I have talked to this about the Grey Cloaks, but they have pushed it aside. It's a little matter. For the fact that Trude, some of my men are actually able to, get these weapons and therefore have a little advantage during any skirmishes with our enemies. But I am still very wary. And in this, I cannot look to my men anymore, for I do not trust all of them. Not even poor Max and Dennis, those idiots. He just shakes his head. But you guys, you are new in town. You seem to know the lay of the land, and you're looking for allies, and so am I. So I ask you of this. He hands you the dagger, Mogroth, hands you the longsword as well. It goes,
Okay.
from my research, that weapon there is of Thayan make.
Oh, what?
Hey,
Of Thay.
Whoa.
Steel? Oh, steel.
hey.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Thayer.
his ancestors'
Yeah.
place.
That's
Can I? Do I make a history check?
Sure, anybody can make me a history check to find out what the Thayans are.
Yeah. Because I have no idea what the hell is
Yeah, I
it.
know, I
Maybe
know, I know,
my
I know.
character know.
Actually, the person who is supposed to know is not here tonight, so I'm very sad that she left. So,
Oh,
but
I'm so bad
I
at
hope she
it.
gets to listen.
So
I hope she
very
gets to listen
bad.
in later and figure this out.
Yeah, I didn't do very well.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so anybody who wrote below a 10, you've heard about the Thayans. They are like this exotic people from the East, dark skinned. They have these like pretty much like Middle Eastern kind of like culture and colors and like the dressings and their morals as well. But other than that, you're not really sure. Snow, however, you're a little bit more you've met a few Thayans before. I would say the Dead Rats has probably even fought Thayans before in one of their little skirmishes up in Luskan. So you know, give me a second. Thayans. Okay, so
The Thayan.
you know more in detail about the ancestry of the Thayans. Many years, many centuries ago, maybe even almost a millennium ago, before the spell plague, before any sorts of calamities even happened, there was a nation in the far northeast that was loathed and feared throughout Faerun, because they were known for necromantic magics. Basically, they are like blood magics, death magics. They use these like how to say, like not say forbidden, but almost like evil powers to pretty much take over parts of the western regions, including Neverwinter. At one point, Neverwinter was even attacked by Thayans themselves, by the Empire from the east. And other than the fact that they sometimes summon undead creatures, they sometimes create aberrant like type creatures to attack their enemies. They're also known to, how to say, like infiltrate cultures and nomadic tribes and cities people. Like if they're not able to take over by force, they will start to plot and eventually take whatever the country or the place that the Thayans have kind of like placed their claws onto. They eventually take it over. It wasn't for until like about the spell plague, during the era of the spell plague, that things basically went haywire. So many people were killed during the cataclysmic events that happened during the spell plague, that the Thay was basically like separated from the rest of Faerun with this like large, massive crater in between where the spell plague kind of opened up. And in Neverwinter itself as well, so much devastation happened that whatever factions that was from the past pretty much like merged together, and it's hard to tell who is from who anymore. Some of them have like interrelated, have like basically had interspecies relationships with others. Some of them have basically mixed together with the Sons of Elegander as well. It is hard to tell who is Thayan anymore, in a sense. Some people even have Thayan ancestry, but they are just not Thayans anymore. So you know this
Okay.
much.
And
Yeah.
and so when you said that the Dead Rats have tussled with the Thayans, does that mean they're still active?
No, you fought with like a small group of Thayans before. As to how active they were, you're not sure, but you definitely fought a mage in like this battle with a couple of like bandits, and this Thayan mage like summoned, like when his men died, like he summoned up the undead to fight, and it was scary as shit. But if it wasn't for the dead rats being able to like fight back, you could have easily lost your life that night.
Okay.
It was
I
just like
okay, so
one
you guys
mage
have,
against like five of you, and only like two of you survived basically.
All right, so um, I'll ask him if the patrols that are getting these are located in certain spots, or if these are just popping up randomly in
That is
areas.
what I've been trying to investigate. Unfortunately, not getting any leeway with that. These men,
Well, where did you get these weapons from?
I confiscated it from this patrol that came back one night while I was out. I noticed one of them brandishing the weapon, showing it off, and immediately noticed the make of it. It was not one of our own swords. And after asking and interrogating him, he only mentioned that a very beautiful woman, very tall, dark-skinned, during one night of the encounter, apparently gave this to him after his apparent ability to keep her interested for the night. As to how true this is, I am not sure, but nobody gives away weapons of this sort. And he points towards the longsword again, for that is a +1 sword.
Wow.
That is
And
a
the dagger?
+1
And you're
longsword.
and you're
And
giving this to us?
he goes,
You Mogoroth.
these
You,
are
my
the,
god.
yeah, he's giving to you, Mogoroth. He goes, these are the only weapons that I've managed to confiscate. I've asked others, but apparently news has spread throughout my men, and a lot of them are either hiding or unfortunately not bearing the truths that I wish to know. So, this is why I seek your assistance. You can go about and ask them, but know that perhaps they too will hide this from you as much as they can. However you wish to go about investigating this, go ahead, but please do not hurt my men. They are simple folk, and sometimes just a little bit oodled in the brain. They don't realize what things
Well,
these things can cause.
Just shoot him. You
Problems
can
and
shoot
things
a
like
civil
those.
weapon now, Mogoroth. Just throw it away. Just take the.
well, if it,
Eddie.
I know that
Yes.
I do know enough to know that the Thans are the enemies of our people.
Generally Feyran, the whole, all of people,
Right.
all the citizens of Feyran. Yeah.
Their methods are working against Faerun.
Yeah, that's for
So
sure.
if there are Thans here in Neverwinter, that's bad for Neverwinter. Because that means there's something here that they want.
That is correct. I
So
too understand this much
so
about the
we
Thayans.
will. I would assist, even if you and I were at odds. I would assist you against the Thayans because I know that what their ends are not good for us.
That is correct.
But
And I do not wish
I've
for their malicious cult to put their fingers into my business and pull my men away from me. I'm worried that they will be seduced by.
I would be less worried about fracturing your people than them using your lower people to basically assert power. Their end goal could just be to depose you and take your place. I mean,
That is
Thans as head
why.
of the Nashers would be a force to be reckoned with, and it would also give them a hand into the Grey Cloaks.
And he kind of
So
strokes his beard and goes, "Very good, Mogorath. So you too understand the position that I am in, and why is it so hard for me to ask for assistance amongst my people?"
So I mean, just to clarify, are these weapons for us?
He goes, "It's the only
Are you
evidence I
giving
have."
us these weapons?
He goes, "Yes, I am giving them to you, for they bear the markings of the Thayans, and perhaps you could use them for your investigations. I will even give you the name of
I
the man
I
that
appreciate it.
received this
I'll
item."
take the dagger and I'll hand the dagger to Nico.
Does this dagger has anything? Just a simple dagger?
So the dagger is a double-bladed dagger with a bonus action. You can how to say? With a bonus action, you can attack again with the second blade of the sword of the dagger, for another 1d4 damage.
Damn.
Yeah, you don't need two weapon fighting for it. You just basically attack with your action. With a bonus action, even if you don't use your action on that turn to attack, you can use a bonus action to do a 1d4 stabbing attack with the dagger.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I could
So
make use of it.
Yeah, it looks like a weapon for snow.
yeah, Snow can do it better because I don't. I have.
Okay. Yeah, you can
Does
pass it to Snow.
the longsword come with a sheath?
Yes, it comes with a sheath as well, as he hands it over to you.
All right.
Yeah, it is a
Okay.
curved sword basically. It looks like a full long curved scimitar.
Oh yeah, the dagger is
Oh.
magical or not?
The dagger, he goes. The dagger is not magical, but the workings of it, the gears and the ability for it, the blade to come out, these are not of
I see.
Neverwinter make. That's for sure.
I see. All right. Well,
For
I
a
guess
magical
Snow
weapon
can
like
do
that,
it. Okay.
yeah.
What?
But the
I give to
magical
Snow.
longsword, yeah, that one is definitely magical. It's a +1 longsword.
All right. Well, I'll tie the longsword to my belt, and I'll say we'll definitely look into this, and I'll let you know as we gain progress on it.
All right. As for the man that had these weapons before I confiscated them from him, his name was. Give me 1 second.
Badass.
Human. I think it's an old name. No, new names.
Eddie, does the blade looks like Rambit?
A bit, but it's just a pretty much a short. It's pretty much a short dagger that that it will open up on both ends. All right.
Oh, okay.
Why is the name so weird? All right. His name is Garrett Ackley. It's a pretty young one. His father, I used to know him too, but fortunately he passed during one of our earlier raids, and I had to take care of him. So Garrett Ackley is the man you need to speak to. But please, do not make mention that I sent you to do this, because
And where can we find him?
Garrett should be making his rounds on the port sometime this evening. If you were to look for him, just look for any grey cloaks and ashes that have been kind of patrolling the port side.
Will do.
All right. And please, if you find any information, come to me first. I would really like to know what has happened and who is this behind all this subterfuge. I am not used to it, and I myself don't like dealing with it. So the earliest that I can get this this all sorted out, the next phase of whatever I'm able to do will take place. So please, thank you again for listening to me. And I know this is not much of a reward as well, the weapons themselves, so know that if you catch whoever is, if there really is a perpetrator or a ringleader behind all this taking this Tayan's weapons or whatever is happening right here, I will offer you all a reward of 500 gold pieces as well.
That's a lot.
Well, it's all I can offer,
No.
unfortunately. He kind of smiles.
Well, I hope we're able to get some information for you.
Please, assist me. I have not much friends left, and I hope, as he walks up to you, Mograth, he kind of shakes your hand again. I hope I can make new allies in this day and age.
Talking about ally, just keep your eye on Pascal, okay?
He goes, do not worry. I have my own ways of dealing with that sort of matter.
Well, if you're comfortable with your ability, well, I have no worry to worry about. So it's just a fair warning for our new as a member, of course.
Understood. And with that, he goes, well, I believe that is all. If you have any more questions for me, please do ask. Right now is the time. But I will be retiring for the night soon. So looks towards you all. Thank you all again.
Well, we've got to head back. We've got to head back to port. So
Noted. And he starts heading towards the door and starts opening it for you guys to leave. Kind of tells the guys,
I asked him, can I kill Pascal? No.
up to you. You can ask. You can always ask.
What is his name again? Shit.
Well, if it does come to
Carlo.
blows with Pascal,
Mhm.
will you be siding with anyone?
He just like takes a deep breath and just goes, well,
Well,
if you outright
it's
attack them in the open, unfortunately, there's nothing much I can say on your behalf. That is a clear violation of the rules that are set in place here in this pit. Outside of it, however, do whatever
okay.
you wish. It does not matter to me that much. If you have
Ah,
if you have a if you have some sort of animosity between each other, I suggest you all sort that out yourselves and don't bring it to me.
oh, okay.
Nods.
If Pascal, let's just say he's maybe quit from this fight, is it gonna ruin your economic in here?
Kind thinks to himself. Currently, not at the moment. This fights, to be very honest, do not garner that much gold for us. It's more of the popularity and bringing people to an area where they know that we all can be safe, and we all can still enjoy the entertainment of yesteryears. I too grew up in the fighting pits. He just puts out his arms. And I too was once champion, but those days are long behind me.
Uh, well, it's good to have him.
Well, thank you all again for coming. Please seek yourselves out. And the guards kind of like move past as they show you the exit.
Before, okay, while they are going out, before I go out, I go to Alon and Alon, this is just a small, you know, just a small idea for me. Uh, maybe can you put like make a category when you put a fight like maybe like a heavyweight or lightweight. I think it's not fair because you have to fight someone bigger than.
A weakling.
As we get ready to leave, I'm gonna ask um, Alron if I can have a moment alone with him.
Ooh. Make me a persuasion check. No, bro.
Wow.
He looks towards Neko as that strange request and he says, I'll think about it, sure.
Oh, okay, I just get out from the room.
Okay. Strange fellow you have there. Goes towards you, Mogroth. And then you kind of ask him for his, how do you say it? It's just a private conversation. He goes, yeah, sure.
This
You're
is
alone now?
yes, this is a private conversation just between you and me.
Okay, then. Go ahead.
I told you I would exchange honesty for honesty, so I'm going to start by giving you a piece of honesty.
Okay.
When I
Goes
told you we
towards
were here on a fact finding mission, that was technically true, but it was not all of what I was asked to do today.
And he goes,
I believe you're aware of the Midtown mercenaries.
he just gruffly like huffs out. Everyone is aware of the Mintan Burnies. They are making themselves very much aware of us as well.
Well, I was asked by someone to gather information on who might be leading the Grey Cloaks and the Nashers.
And who was this someone? The Mintan mercenaries? And he just like
Uh,
quickly like he
I'll
quickly
since
puts
he
his
asked me
hand.
I'll tell them General Sabine.
And as you mentioned name, he quickly puts his hand on his blade almost, and he goes, "And what has Sabine said to you all here to do? Besides
Well,
check up on me."
I'm telling you because I'm when you what you say about your goals and your aims, I kind of identify more with you than I do with her. Um, I'm born into nobility, and I have casted away in the aims of my deity. And I find that nobility is not always honest. So what she asked me to do is she wanted me to find out who is leading, and I'm telling you because I'm supposed to report back to her, and I'd like for you to tell me what I should tell her.
And with that, he kind of like eases his shoulders and he goes like, "You are an interesting one, Mogroth. I've never met somebody that is so willing to part with such potentially devastating information about their allies. So I will say this. Thank you. But if you were to give back to them and speak to them again, he thinks to himself for a little bit. And it seems like an idea almost popped
I'm
into his
gonna preface what he's about to tell me. It says like, I will not lie to her. So if you tell me something to tell her, I will tell her.
And he just
I make
goes,
it sound in a way that as long as I believe it is true,
okay.
then I'm not lying to her when I tell her.
He looks at you, calmly smiles, and kind of like brushes his chin. He goes, well, truth seeker of Torm, you already know the answer to that. Simril was our leader, but Simril is now dead, and we are currently, in a sense, leaderless. And he kind of winks towards you.
I will take that information back to Sabine.
But as to how much that would really assist us, I do not know. Perhaps they would stop targeting us.
They may
so
ask.
hard.
They may ask me to go further, and depending on what they ask me to do, I may be asking you for additional information. But again, as long as I believe you're being honest with me, I will pass that honesty along.
And he kind of nods to himself. All right then, I understand your position as well. And he holds out his hand to shake you again. With that, perhaps we'll speak again in future about this. But for now, please assist me in my matters, and you can tell General Sabine whatever you wish. I myself have too much on my hands to handle another incursion by them. But please, try not to let them know about this area if possible. This is a small little sanctuary for the rest of us, and we hope to keep it that way.
I will keep that in mind,
And he shakes your hand.
and I'll
as he
kind of
leaves out the door.
bow a little bit to him, and I'll turn and leave.
Yeah, as you were let out as well, closes the door behind you, and you see him start to head back towards his chambers. He picks up one of the pots to the side as you see him like move away before the door itself closes behind you. So you guys
I'll join the
head
others.
back out into the foyer.
Mm.
All right. Where Max and Dennis is, and I'll say around this time, like enough time has passed. About I'll say with the discussion that took about like 20 minutes, with the fights as well, probably an hour of sorts. So it's probably around the 8 or 9 o'clock period, as Max and Dennis like sees you all head back, like so boss has done talking with you all. Well, you're welcome to stay the night and enjoy yourselves a little bit more. We drink until morning most of the time.
We're actually on our way back to port, so but we appreciate the offer. We'll definitely come back and check out the fights again.
Well,
If I can
fights-
overcome my
okay.
if I can overcome my morals, I might actually even join in on a round of fighting next time.
He goes, well, whatever you wish, Master Mogura. Enjoy yourselves, and you are more than welcome back here at any time. Just if you're upstairs and you need to make your way down again, just you remember the passcode, right? He looks like a little bit drunk, like he's kind of like wavering, he's pointing at you.
You know, I meant to write it. I meant to write it down, and I don't think I did.
Sons
Okay.
of Alagondar are the true heirs.
That's
Yes.
it. That's it. He points at you, Snow. You got it correct. You're right there. Good one on you, Snow. He just like slaps you on the side.
Max,
Hey,
if you
can I
may,
get up for next time I'm here?
Sorry, what?
All right. So let's head back to the boat and head back to port.
before we go, Margraf, I have some business to do. I looked at Max. Max, may I see the contestant before this at the restroom? The lady and the orc.
Any reason why you need to do so? They are kind of off limits right now. They need to rest. I mean, you can speak to them if you like.
Well, just a small discussion if they're interested. You know, fight a spare with me in the future.
Oh, you're looking for this exhibition match you keep talking about. Tell
Yeah,
you what,
yeah.
why don't you put some gold into that, and I'll put out a little few hooks out for you. See if any of them is interested. But right now, they're not really in any condition to fight. Maybe within the next week or so. So we'll see.
Well, all right. Thank you. Well, just tell them, especially the ops. Tell him it was a good fight, and I was honored, and I hope we can fight again in the future.
You see Dennis like turn around. Was a good fight, alright. You took a beating like a champ, bro. And he just downs the entire drink.
We have
And Max
our
also laughs
own
as well.
code. Well, we have our own code. We win and with honor, and we lose with honor. And we
Oh,
humble.
that's-
In the end, we are humble as a slave.
Oh, that's very good of you. Well, good night then. And he just points towards the table. I'm heading back there. Oh! And he's kind of like slowly like moves his way very aimlessly on the ground, like starts to bend and weave through the crowd. And you guys are let out back into the foyer entrance of the arena. You guys are obviously start making your way up. You pass by the winning stations. Nothing to grab. You guys start heading back up the stairs again and out of the fighting pit. So, as you guys come out, oops, my map went off.
David, I forgot to tell Max to go fuck yourself to the pastor.
Balls.
Just kidding.
Balls. So you guys head back up again. It is definitely late in the evening, around the 9ish, 10ish o'clock. Your boat ride is still available for you to head back, so eventually you can head back as well to the port. But anything else you guys want to do here before you like head back to the beach Leviathan or for rest or anything?
No, I suppose not.
Well, I need to go and talk to Sabine
Oh yeah. But we need to get out from here. Yeah, we need
because
to cross it.
she wanted information by tonight.
Okay, Moonstone
Yeah,
House, right? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's like,
let's
hey, Neko, and she points at the anchovies and says, "These are really good. You should have some."
Should shake a shot
Oh,
before
okay.
you fought. You know,
As
like a
I
rooster.
take a nip from her finger, I don't even hold it. I just nip it.
You just chop one, okay? Chop one. All right.
Yeah.
And it's salty. It's a bit briny, obviously, but it's been dried out, and definitely you can get a good taste of the anchovies. It's like nice, savory umami taste going down your throat. So,
Well,
with that,
I prefer tuna. I prefer tuna.
so,
I
you guys
I would make sure you have a lot of fresh water when you're eating that.
So as you guys start heading back towards the mainland, towards the Muson Mast to meet up with General Sabine, let's make it a 10-minute break. We went for quite a bit, like a 10-minute break. Get some water,
Alright.
go toilet as well, and we'll be back again to continue up for the rest of the evening. Okay?
All right.
Yep.
Alright.
Thank you guys. Be right back.
Gosh.
All right. Thank you guys, whoever's watching. We will be taking a short break. We'll be right back soon. So keep in touch. Be right here.
Gambling, he's not his thing, and he hate gambling. Outside the game,
So now, Mogorov, you don't need a silver sword anymore. You just wasted.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I do have the silvered axe now.
Yeah,
But-
you do.
I'm gonna hold on to it just in case someone decides that we're not worthy to have the longsword and takes it from me.
True. Better to keep it then.
wait, I think you should keep the +1 sword because it's very rare.
Well,
At
yeah,
lowest level.
I'll use that, but
Yeah.
because it is Thayan made, and it seemed that the circumstances of the guy getting it were weird.
Yeah.
You might be hunted for
I
that, by the way.
I
I mean,
worry that we may be targeted by someone else just because I have it.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the thing as well.
yeah. I suggest if we can, if we can find more of this sort, we take it. Just for spare, or maybe solid. Who
Not
knows?
Well,
really.
I'm
You
surprised
can't really
it's
spell this.
we've already been playing for about 2.5 hours.
I know it's quick, right?
Time has flown.
Yeah.
Yeah, be right back. I'm going to the washroom.
Okay.
Anyone want fried noodle? I was cooking fried noodle.
But you're gonna send. You're gonna send it over?
Let me send you a
Sure.
picture. Let me send you a picture lah. Yeah, just to ensure the
Hmm.
where's the, yeah. There we go. In Discord.
Okay, boo. Oh. Snow, my kitten reminds me of you.
Hey, Magros, are you here? Are
Yes,
you
sir.
there?
Yeah,
Uh,
man.
in in social media, they're talking about a vaccine for COVID-19. Is it true?
There's 3 companies that have actually created one.
Uh-huh.
Pfizer was first, then Moderna, and now a third company has announced a vaccine. So the first one was touted as 90% effective. The second one was 95% effective, and I've not heard about the third one yet.
Oh, so it doesn't how to say it? Not released yet, I suppose.
Well, under the
But
Operation Warp Speed thing that they have, um, once they make the doses, the military is actually set to get the vaccine out. Right now, what they're trying to do is they're trying to determine the order in which to give to people. So
Oh,
the considered order is essential workers first, then the elderly that are at risk, and then from there go move on to other groups. So they're trying
mm,
to, I guess, get it to the people that need it the most. But
like
when you're dealing
doctor, yeah.
with the American government,
Uh-huh.
they might consider Congress essential.
Yep,
So
yeah,
where it
yeah,
should
like
be more doctors and nurses and people that are on the front lines, like firefighters, possibly even people that are in. I would think
yeah.
that front lines would be like grocers, businesses where people are needed
I think they should
would be
give to
considered
doctor.
essential, but
Yeah,
they may not be considered as essential as like say like a 65-year old or older.
yeah.
So it I guess they're gonna figure that out over the next few days, and then they'll start
Mm.
distributing the vaccine, and they'll start advising people, hey, you can, if you're in these groups, you can request to have the vaccine.
Oh, oh, okay. Well, because there's a lot of
But if they but
news.
if but these but they shouldn't just be distributing it to America. They should be getting it all over, in my opinion. So other countries should get it as well. So it will probably go the same way based on the government that gets it. Like Russia might have a different way of distributing it.
Yeah,
France might have a different way of doing it. Malaysia might have a different way of doing it. So it's going to
because
depend. They're probably going to
yeah,
try to go to more affected areas first. So
yeah.
Italy might get it before other countries. France might get it before other countries. People that have had really high cases
China
might be
probably
considered
China.
more high risk
Yeah,
and more worthy of getting it first. It,
yeah.
it's it's just like I said, it's really just a matter ultimately of politic,
Oh, I hate politics. I hate it.
because the people, it seems the people who are in control are the people who get to decide.
Yeah,
And I've never seen people, especially people like we have in Congress now, make good decisions for the people. They make good decisions for money.
yep. That's true.
So
Very true. This is why I hate politics. Not because the well that yeah, because of that.
it's one of the reasons why they hate Trump, is because Trump is more of a populist than a politician.
I mean, no, I don't want to talk bad about other people, but Trump make a lot of mistake. Yeah.
Trump. It's not that Trump made a lot of mistakes. It's that Trump had nobody on his side.
Ah.
It's like you have a media that's done nothing for 4 years but attack him. You've had a Congress that's done nothing but for 4 years but fight him, and the people are basically the ones that are wanting Trump to succeed, because Trump is the only one right now speaking for the people.
That's what
Like
people.
if you look at the stimulus package that they did back in June, they benefited corporations more than they did people. And the second round of stimulus that never seemed to go through, the Republicans were wanting to help the people and the small businesses that are really hurting, but then the Democrats put in all of these little extra deals that again affected voting, affected you know
Yeah.
their new critical race theory, social justice, Green New Deal. It's like none of that works for COVID right now. And this is like, so
Yeah.
why are you trying to pass stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with COVID and the stimulus?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
And then
oh,
right before Thanksgiving, uh, when Congress went off to their holiday with their paid holiday where they're making 100,000 or more just for being in Congress, they still couldn't manage to put together a stimulus package for the people.
Well,
So
just
we're going into a position where they're if you look at the news is saying another wave of deaths is coming because
yep,
we're seeing a spike in cases, and yet they still with knowing that they're wanting to do another lockdown, wanting to close off businesses again and make people stay at home, they still can't put it within themselves to pass a stimulus package.
yeah,
So, like I said, it always ends up being about money and power, and those who have it want to keep it. They,
yep.
they'll tell you any kind of a lie they can to get your vote, and then once you vote them into office, then they go back to being the assholes they always were.
Like people said, people who has power getting rich, getting everything, and the one that
Oh,
has no power are
it's
suffering.
it's a long held proverb. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
that's really what they're trying to do right now. They're getting the Democrats are getting their power back, and now they're trying to ensure that they can pass laws and things that will help them keep their power.
Hmm.
But that's why everybody hated Trump, is because Trump wasn't a politician, he was a populist. So everything the media did was slanted towards making Trump the bad guy. I mean, Trump was nominated for what, three Nobel Peace Prizes for peace deals in the Middle East that people said could never be done. I mean,
Hmm.
Israel and Saudi Arabia, um, for one. I mean, they've signed a peace treaty where they're actually talking about being able to travel between the two countries. I mean, that's big. But do you hear the media talking about it? Nope,
Nope.
because it makes Trump look good, and that's literally everything the media does is slanted towards um, going up against Trump. They're not going to know what to do since Biden might is probably going to win the election. The media is not going to know what to do because all of their um, focus has been on Trump and basically anti-Trump. So there's already a group forming that hates Biden.
Hmm.
So you have about what 74 million voters that are upset because they think that the election was rigged. There's a lot of questions of widespread fraud from the election and just basically general malfeasance. And then you have a whole bunch of people. I mean, the Democrats right now are a split party, and the only thing they had in common was their anger to Trump. Well, with
Yeah, yeah,
Trump
I
no
can see
longer
that.
no longer in the picture, they have to deal with each other now, and that's something they didn't quite expect, and I don't think they're ready for it.
I think
They want to
no.
they because Biden's already putting people in cabinet positions that are actually against a lot of things that the progressives want.
Oh man.
So the progressives that basically voted anti-Trump and voted not they didn't vote for Biden because they wanted Biden to be president. They voted for
They
Biden
didn't
because
want
they
they didn't
hated
want
Trump.
Trump to be president. Duh.
No, I
That
mean
happened here too. We totally
they
understand.
didn't vote, like literally almost nobody that voted for Biden voted for Biden. They voted against Trump. So now that they've got Biden, they don't like Biden either.
We'll see. At
This is
least
like
But
a
you're going to
game,
have now you're now going to have half of the country that supported Trump that's going to be anti-Biden, and now you're going to have all of the progressives that Biden lied to get their vote
uh,
suddenly hate him because they realize that they were just used to get a vote. Because
in the
Biden
end, yeah, been
Biden doesn't
played.
Biden doesn't support BLM. Biden doesn't support
trans
anti-Israel
and transgender stuff. Yeah, I know. I know.
policies.
Yeah.
So all of these people that said, "Oh, we're voting for Biden because we want them to they want them to go after Israel." Well, Biden is pro-Israel, but you didn't
Right.
hear any of that during the election because Biden didn't want them to know that. But he just appointed he's appointing a Secretary of State that supports his pro-Israel stance. So you're going to have a bunch of people on the left that are going to be mad at him for that. The defund the police thing that he would never really commit to or anything like that. You're going to have a lot of people in BLM and everything. They're going to be mad at him because he didn't do that. So it
Yeah,
even though
yeah.
Biden won, it's just going to end up a really bad. I think it's going to be a bad 2 years.
We'll find out, I
Well,
guess, eventually.
yeah.
Hey guys, all right, so let's start again.
But come
We are back here.
come 2022, when people get to deal with the after effects in the next election, you're going to see a big swing against Biden and possibly even the Democrats, just
Yeah,
due to the
that's-
fact that
Yeah. Well,
people don't
just
like being lied to. And say what you want about Trump, but Trump kept almost every one of his campaign promises. Even stuff that former presidents made and never held to, like Israel.
All right, guys, we're going to start back the game. So enough
sorry.
talk for the time being. Let us
Okay.
continue. Yeah, sorry.
All right.
about
Well,
that. So
we can continue this conversation another time if people
outside
want
the
to.
game.
But
Yeah, outside
I'm
the game. Outside the game. All right, guys. So we are
Yeah,
all
that's
back
fine.
here. All right.
let's get back to our imagination.
Let's get back to our game here. So, you guys start heading back towards your rowboat. If there's nothing else you want to do on Fisher's Float, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
You can see that-
we'll go back to the boat and then head back to port.
Yeah. So you can see Fisher Floats, like most of the farms, the farm hands and the other like fishermen, they've mostly like either head back to home already for the night. So nothing's really out, like no one's really out and about. You do see a couple of patrols of the Nashers walking around, and one or two you even recognize from seeing at the pit, and like they just wave towards you when they recognize you, Neko, like, hey, the guy fought, the guy. And eventually start heading back towards the rowboat. This old man that was like ferried you across, he's waiting for you again. Just looks, all right. Oh, that was quite a long wait. So let's go back, and eventually starts rowing you all back towards the mainland. It is about halfway through, as you guys are on the waters, that I would say it's like the waves are kind of calm for the night. Other than that, there's quite a bit of moonlight. I'll say it's like a half moon right now. So there's enough dim light that everyone kind of sees pretty much everything on the waters. But what you all catch is something quite interesting. So everyone make me a perception check, please.
Perception.
Well, crap. We're in water.
Yes,
Give me
you
a
guys are on
second.
water.
Give me a second.
Snow is a cat on a boat
So
over
Snow,
water.
you're in a boat. You're kind of like huddled up, like against like the center of the boat, where it's the safest, and you're not looking over the sides of the water, so you don't exactly see anything. But the rest of you guys, all of you, you notice up ahead, maybe about like 100 feet or so ahead, what seems to be two rowboats going to your direction, and your rowboat has like it's like the old man has like lit a small lantern so you guys can see yourselves, but on the other side you can see these two rowboats with their lanterns as well, like coming towards your direction, and
Okay.
you all suddenly hear as you see arrows start raining down in the water to you, next to you. Old man turns around. What's going on? And you see him, an arrow pierces right through his throat as he falls into the water, splashes, dropping the oar inside your rowboat there. And in the distance, you see these figures on their rowboats start to stand up. They take off their cloaks, and you can see they are brandishing sidearms.
Oh, come
like with hand
on.
crossbows as they point towards you guys. And out in the darkness, you hear, "It's them! Get them!" And with that, everyone, please roll me.
Oh.
Oh, nice little water battle. I'm so scared.
Oh shit!
I forgot Monroe.
Somebody got a
Monroe
plus one.
wearing heavy
now
armor.
he's like, oh, whatever, man. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it now.
Shoot. I didn't click on my character.
It's cool.
Same for me.
We all panic. Don't worry. It's a normal thing.
It's a normal thing. It's okay. put you in descent order. Don't worry. Initiative was 7.
Eddie, the
Okay,
deflect missile. I can
yeah,
I can only deflect for myself, correct?
Yes, for sure.
Not for other
Only on
people.
yourself. Obviously
Not for other people?
No. So,
How fast
can
is
somebody?
is the boat moving?
The boat is no longer moving as the person that was rowing the boat has stopped rowing. The oar is still
Yeah.
in the boat.
Physically
I'll
emphasize that they
say-
drop
The
I'll say-
momentum
okay.
should take us. Momentum should take us somewhere.
Okay, so I'll give you a little bit of idea of how the rowboat works. There's no momentum. There's zero momentum right now. The waves themselves are not strong enough to push you forward. You are basically just wafting on the water right now. If you use an action, you can pick up the oar to like row yourself. And it would seem like as fast as the person who was like moving the boat, you think you move about 15 feet forward and maybe make about a 90-degree turn as well with that action. Other than that, can somebody play Heather tonight as well? Because she's not around. Anybody would like to use a Eldritch Blasting Warlock? Very simple.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, you should know lah.
If
Neko.
if someone's familiar with how to use her, then I would prefer someone else do it.
Yeah. Somebody who knows how to use a warlock would be best. Anybody here? Please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is it Ansel or Kasa? Oh, okay.
Who's that? Who's that? Cassava?
Yeah.
Kasaba.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Yeah. So I'll give you control of her token. What you do is in D&D Beyond, you go to the campaign page, you open like a separate character sheet for her.
Yeah.
And then you can-
Okay, I'll roll her initiative.
Yes.
I'm
please
not.
roll initiative
I'm
for
not
her as
going to
well.
be really good for ranged fighting on this, so I'll tell as fighting
Alright.
combat. So like take care of these guys. I'll get the. I'll handle the boat.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Can you put me to initiative?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see initiative as well. Hold on. So, and Heather as well. Okay,
Yeah, Heather got it. Nah.
Heather got a 9. And so
I got a 21.
20. Wow, so fast!
So-
Fastest moving cleric in Faerun. I would dare say. Okay, and I gotta roll for these guys as well.
She got what she got.
Okay.
Does that mean we now have a boat?
Technically, if it doesn't belong to anyone, it belongs to you.
Well, we have other boat. We have other boat, but in token.
No, that was a rock. That was a bird.
That's a bird. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't have a boat.
Alright.
Well, I don't now.
Lols, you do not. So let us start. Ansel, top of the round. You see these boats about 100 feet away from you start to come towards you. They have drawn what seems to be hand crossbows and are firing towards you guys. What would you guys like to do?
Okay, I would just cast a firebolt to
Are
this
they
guy.
firing at disadvantage from where they are?
Yeah, and with that many shots, they still managed to kill that guy.
Yeah, firebolt.
Firebolt that guy? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. As
13
you
hit?
fire out, firebolt towards it.
13.
And 13. 13 will hit. So roll some damage.
9.
Alright, 9 points of damage. As you see your
9
firebolt just
damage,
fly
right?
across, just streak across the water. You smack into this one. And he took 9 points of damage.
And for my movement, I would lay prone if I can.
Going prone is free action.
Anyway.
Prone, yeah. Doesn't
Yeah,
require-
I'll go prone and I'll end my turn there.
Alright, you go prone on the boat. End of your turn. Neko.
Oh man, I can't do anything much. Especially them.
Oh, that's so far away.
Let me
Cut.
see. Let me see what can I do.
Too bad can't run on water yet.
The astral arm is 10 minutes. Yep, 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can put it out first.
Yeah, I just use my bonus action to pull him up.
Okay. So you see Neko kind of start praying and put his hands together as you basically call your key to pull out your astral arms and 2 cat claws appear from behind your back.
Can I tell everyone what does it look like?
Sure. What does it look like?
It looks like a arm of a dragon. It looks like a dragonborn hand,
Okay.
but in platinum scale.
Okay. So you see basically these claws come outwards, and they look more like towards dragon, like a dragon claws coming out. And yes, silver and platinum color as they shine in the night. Other than that, anything else you're doing? You still got action.
I use I hold my action if they get near 10 feet of me to attack.
Okay, attack. Yeah, sure, no problem. End of your turn then. Now.
Yep.
Mary Heather. What is Heather doing?
Everyone else, everything is. They're still a bit far for hexing.
Yep.
Yeah, I get my
So,
block.
Hex is 90, is it?
90, yeah.
Yeah.
So she will.
I'll do this.
At the one that Angel.
She could walk up to the front of the boat here, and this one, 90 feet.
She can. Oh yeah, she'll do that then. She'll hex it, and Eldritch Blast.
So depending on hex, so she will hex this creature from a distance, and Eldritch Blast. Roll attacks, please.
Next, and then Eldritch Blast.
Wow.
23 will
Nice.
hit, and it will hit for 5 points of force damage plus 3 necrotic as well. 8 points of damage altogether. Boom! As it smacks this one right in the front again. Oh! He's hexing strength, I'm guessing.
And then move back to where she was.
Yeah, and move back to where she was.
Yeah, that's cool.
Going prone.
Also going prone. No problem.
She will also go prone.
Okay, and of Heather's turn. Cassava.
Cassava will bless. Cassava will bless. I will bless myself. I will bless the people who will go after. No, who's going after?
What? You bring it up.
Mogroth, Snow, Ansel.
Okay. So bless Ansel, Morgoroth, and Snow.
Don't bless me.
Yeah, I don't bless Nagorov because he can't do anything.
Maybe he'll fall down.
Well,
He has thick armor. What do you mean he will fall? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
bless people that can do range. So Angel,
Angel,
Heather, and
Angel, Snow, and Heather. Yeah.
Okay.
or Cassava, Snow, and Heather.
Yeah. And don't put at me. Don't put at me.
Angel, Snow, and
Heather.
no, Heather. Yeah.
Okay.
What about Cassava?
Done.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. That was your action. Anything else? You're concentrating on bless.
Do we see the oarsman?
Who was rowing the boat? Yes, the person in the middle of the boat is rowing the boat.
I mean, do we see the guy who was shot?
Oh yes, he's right there.
Oh, he's still there. Oh, he's
Yeah, his body is in the water. You see like an arrow through his neck, and he's just floating in the water.
he's dead. He's
He looks pretty dead with that arrow through his neck.
oh yeah. Then no use. Then weird. Then that's it. Then
Okay, sure. End of your turn then. Mogoroth.
yeah.
All right. So what Morgoroth is going to do? I'm going to pick up the oar,
Yep, that's cool.
and then I'm going to channel divinity as a bonus action,
Yeah.
Ooh.
and I'm going to become a peerless athlete.
Which is
So for the next 10 minutes, I get advantage on athletics and acrobatics checks.
nice.
Oh.
The amount I can carry, push, drag, and lift is doubled,
Yep.
and the distance of my long and high jumps increases by 10 feet.
Okay, that's good. All right. With your bonus action, you.
And
call
then
upon-
for my action, I'm going to row.
All right. So, you can choose whether you want to turn the vessel like 50, up to 90 degrees. You can choose to turn in any direction, 90 degrees, and then row, or row and turn. Up to you. And the boat
What's the
will move
distance I can row the boat?
15 feet. With the action.
Even using peerless athlete?
Yes. It's always 15 feet.
Okay, so move me towards the lower boat.
Lower boat. Okay. Do you plan to turn the boat as well towards it?
Yeah, we can turn it.
Okay. So we're gonna turn all of you one shot.
Cassava will also go prone.
Cassava also go through. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Why
I guess it would
would
go to there? Where I don't know if you can see where I'm clicking.
No, we can't see it.
Can't see
If
it.
you go to the mouse mode, select mode, and you just like hold down on the point, you can
Yeah.
paint the area.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
let's go. Yeah, like that.
We need to put engine.
So it's a bit weird because of the way that the hexes of the boxes work, but yeah, it's like pretty much like that. I would say maybe more like this. No. It's correct. For now.
I think we're
okay.
fine.
Now, do I
Yeah.
need to make any kind of a check for
Nope, no
the
checks
boat?
needed. It just requires your action to just paddle the boat 15 feet forward. There is one oar in the boat right now, so only one person can paddle the boat at a time. Okay, anything else?
Mogroth, our human mortal.
Shields to front!
Shield! Alright, so this boat will paddle 15 feet forward as well. So is this boat. Oops. Just move the people.
Moving away?
Now move the people, then move the boat. It's easier.
Okay.
Okay, so in this distance, that was the action of the guy in the middle. So we are going to fire 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so disadvantage shots towards you, Neko, and towards you, Mogroth. So this is towards Neko first.
All right.
2 shots. 1. Wow, only 1 to hit.
Wow.
Deflect missile.
Yeah, of course. Roll your deflect.
No. No. You roll damage first.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
8
you
piercing
can.
damage.
Deflect missile. Wait, it doesn't have here.
It's under your abilities or like action. No, it's not reaction.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Deflect missile. Let me.
You have to roll.
Let's
something,
roll
right?
it. D10.
D10, right? Plus your
Oh,
morph level.
D10 plus 7.
Ooh, D10 plus 7, which means you immediately catch the ball. Even 1, obviously, right? So you catch
Plus
the ball.
level,
No.
Plus level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 1. Plus 2. Plus 3.
Huh? Really? Because in my D&D Beyond it said plus 7.
7.
Just
Yeah,
roll it.
when you. Okay, let me read it for you. When you do so,
No,
the
just
damage
close-
you
just
take
close
from the
it.
attack is reduced by 1d10 plus 7. Which is dexterity. No.
I thought it's
Yeah,
plus
1
your
D10
level.
plus 7. Oh shit,
Yeah.
it's 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's 5
Yeah.
plus. Oh, wow. Okay. It's 4 plus 3. Okay. Yeah. It's plus 7. So you immediately catch the thing. Yeah. In front of you, as it nearly hits you right in the head. Do you want to keep it, throw it, or throw it back? Up to you.
I think he
Nope, I
already
just catch it and then I give it to. Hey, here's no free arrow.
So you toss it towards. You
It's
got a
crossbow though.
Yeah. Free crossbow bolt. Anybody can have it. Second shot towards you. 16 to hit.
Yeah, just hit.
Ooh, just hits. Okay. Wow, I'm rolling quite high.
5.
This time, as you turn around to pass the bolt, you feel a bolt like slice through your shoulders. Whoa! 5 piercing damage you take.
Don't worry, guys. It's just a scratch.
2 shots towards Mogroth, 1 and 2. 17 will miss, right?
Both of those will miss.
Yeah, both of those miss. Yes, you just hold up your shield and just.
Lol.
Actually, no. Actually, the 17 will hit because I don't have my shield.
Really?
Oh yeah, you're not wielding your shield to row, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it requires both your hands to roll. So 17. So okay, that is that. The 17 will hit, and you will take 6. Do you have heavy armor, master? No, right?
Yes, I do have. Well, no, I
yeah.
have chain.
Oh, 6. So it still hits for 6 piercing damage.
Okay.
Okay. That is the end of the Wirat's turn. Their movement is done. Seeing you guys take cover, they're also going to take cover. So all of them will go prone.
Wow.
Wow. Who teach them?
Well, guess
You guys
guess
went
what also
prone, so they
works?
did the same thing.
Damage their boat.
Okay,
I'll
and
say
their turns.
as they all duck in the boat, I'm gonna say damage the boat, sink it.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Snow, it is your turn.
Okay, cool. So just question: if I duck behind the boat, is that sufficient cover for stealth?
You have no cover right now. Right now, the boat does not confer any cover at all.
Okay. In that case, what is taking out an object from your bag? What is that?
That's a free action.
Free action.
Mhm.
Okay. Snow is going to pull out her. Let's see here. Do we still have the fire breath?
You
Yep,
had one. You
but
had one,
what
yes.
in what distance?
Still have the what?
You still have one. Yeah.
Fire breath.
Fire breath.
Fire
Potion.
breathing potion. Yeah, fire breathing potion.
Yeah, but that's not gonna. It's not gonna reach them.
Yeah, it's just about like 30 feet something.
Okay. So for now, Snow is just gonna pull out her, as a free act. Actually, she has fast hands. So, anyways, she's just gonna pull out her flask of oil and just put it at the side, ready to throw it when, for later turn. And she is just going to shoot at this guy, at that poor guy.
Disadvantage.
You know-
because they are prone.
Yes.
You are blessed.
You have
So
blast.
disadvantage.
Yeah, you can add a,
Yeah.
yeah, disadvantage.
No, just roll just roll first.
So 14 will actually hit without the bless as well.
Bless.
14 will,
Ooh.
yeah. So
16
is that
damage.
16 points of damage. Damn. Okay, so you
Do
see
you get?
the arrow.
Oh, did you take swashbuckler?
No sneak attack.
Sneak attack
no
damage.
sneak attacks.
Oh,
So
no,
it's
okay,
just-
it's only
Yeah,
4.
there's no sneak attack involved. So
Who are
just
you aiming
4.
at again? Just the rear
the
end?
guy in the front. Yeah, we're at the front. Yeah, I can't really do much about sneak attacks.
Okay, so
Um,
you fire the crossbow bolt directly at him, and you see him bent over as it hits right in his arm. He just pulls it out, just throws it down into the water. No damage.
Oh, all right, Silver.
Silver.
That's right. He's a were rat. So we need.
Shoot the boat. Shoot the boat.
Yeah, damage.
Yeah,
is
no.
a-
Well, it's
Yeah.
a piercing weapon. I don't think it'll do much to a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you fired off your one attack. That's it. End of your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, actually, sorry. Snow would also pull out her. So she'll pull out her flask of oil and flint and steel as well.
Sure, no problem. You have them all on the boat in front of you.
Ooh.
End of your turn, Snow. Top of the round, insert.
Okay, I would cast at 60 feet from where I am. So until here, I would cast spiritual weapon.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go prone as well.
Okay. What does your spiritual weapon look like again?
My spiritual weapon will be a form of a book, and it will have spikes on it.
Book. Spike book. Okay.
Yes,
alright.
on its
Spike book.
So this large textbook just flies right out.
Textbook. Oh my god, just a boot 10 damage. Are you serious?
Wow. Damn. That
So
is
he
damage.
can't really hit for now. So I will just cast it so it's out there, 60 feet. So it should be up to here.
Give me a second. Pull out the book. I don't know whether you can.
And well, good question. What kind of book is that?
A heavy duty D&D book.
Kamu sewan. Kamu
Well, I
sewan.
assume you're going to move to the front of the boat when you do it.
This is this.
I'm gonna leave it there, and
Well, it
then
can't-
I will
it can't
firebolt.
attack- It can't
Yeah.
attack
You can't attack because if you
unless
actually,
you.
okay.
I think you can summon it within 60 feet. So if you move to the front of the boat, I think you can actually summon it and hit the guy.
Oh no, you actually move it and hit it. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually move and hit the guy without even
And-
moving. Yeah, you don't have to move
But
at
but if you
Oh.
move to the front of the boat, you can.
all. The movement on the spiritual weapon is 10 feet, right? Or 20 feet, correct?
Right, but I think its max range is 60 feet, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
no, there's
As
no
a
maximum
bonus action, you can move 20 feet. And
Yeah. There's no
Right,
there's no
but I
max
think
range.
I don't think
On
you can
the
move more than
scooter.
60 feet away from
There's
you.
no max range on spiritual weapon. It casts at 60 feet, and then it can move as far as you want it. As long as you're concentrating the spell,
Yeah,
the thing will
as,
still be
as
up.
far as you want it, as long as you want to cast it.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it had a.
It's not even
had a
concentration,
specific range
just-
for casting
Yeah, it's not
or
even concentration.
for
like-
use.
Yep, okay, you cast it up and it immediately flies out. You see this book with a bonus action just flap towards this person and just smack it right in the head. With 10 force damage. God damn. Okay, it will. Oh, yo. It will be an advantage to just roll again because he's prone.
Oh,
Yeah. Sure.
Another one.
In case it crit.
Yeah, just take the 10.
Sorry, 9.
Oh yeah.
So I think the first one counts.
Oh, okay, so
Well, it's
17
taken Eldritch Blast damage and Firebolt damage, so
Okay, so concentrating on. Oh no, the concentration on spiritual weapon. God damn.
Actually, AD, I'm not hitting the wearer. I'm hitting the boat.
Oh, you're hitting the boat. Okay, in that case, you see the thing
Yes.
smash into the side of the boat, and it does 10 points of damage as it like knocks pieces of wood right off the rowboat itself. Anything else?
Yep. And then for my action, that was my bonus action. For my action, I would be blasting the boat with fireball as well.
Okay, go ahead. Uh, 18 will definitely hit the boat
8
for
point of
8 points of
damage.
fire damage. Let me just double check whether the boat takes more damage from. Nope, it doesn't, but the firebolt will smack it and do an extra 8 points of damage as well, as you singe the side of it.
I will continue remaining prone.
Okay, no problem. As you go back down prone. End of your turn. Neko.
Can I swim? There's nothing pretty much I can do, but oh well, I just use my action to dodge, and that's it.
Okay, sure. You just use your action to dodge. End of your turn. Heather.
Is that what we were doing? We're hitting the boat.
Yeah,
Looks like it.
That's your choice.
yeah, that's choice.
The
Heather
boat
will-
doesn't mean they die. It's just that they can't really get anywhere.
Yeah, true. Heather will also hit the boat.
Okay, go right ahead. Roll attack. 7 will miss, however, as it flies off in the distance.
Wait, she has blessed.
Oh yeah.
Is it also in blessed?
Yeah. Roll, no,
Oh,
it's not blessed. Just
no, you
roll
already
a
include,
D4.
you already include blessed.
Oh, it's already
You already
included.
include, yeah.
Oh, damn, you rolled a 1 and a wow. Wow. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that definitely misses.
Lol.
the turn. Anything else, Heather? Stay right there.
Heather will go back prone.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Kusava, your turn.
Ah, shit. They're all so far away. They're all so far away. I'm not sure Necrotic Blast would do much on a boat. Necrotic.
I think you can only target a creature. No, no.
Yeah, he will chill touch the front two.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
So roll attacks at disadvantage.
Oh yeah, because they're prone. First one. Miss.
7 will
What?
miss as it flies overhead. The skeletal hand flies right overhead.
And then the second one.
6 will also miss.
Shit. And then
Anything
he will
else?
go back prone.
Sure, no problem.
This is not working.
Mogoroth, keep rolling.
New tactic.
Mogoroth, it's your turn.
yeah, I'm trying to. How do I move the boat again?
Basically using
Action.
your action. Yeah.
Do you need
do
to
I
make
move
an
the-
athletic check to?
Do I move the boat? How do I move the boat? Because I don't know
just
if I
use
did
it.
it last time or not.
No,
I just want to move it
DM.
diagonal 3 squares towards the bottom boat.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll do that for you. So, you guys move.
I don't know if you can see where I'm clicking.
I'll move you forward, no worries.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. That was your action.
And can I do the same thing for my move action?
No, it requires your action to move. Yeah, it basically uses your action to row the boat. That's all. You can't push the boat.
Oh my goodness! I just realized something.
Somebody else on their turn
Whatever-
will take the oar from you and row the
And then
boat
as a bonus action, I'm going to cast a shield of faith on myself.
Faith.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can't shoot the faith
Oh, he doesn't have. Allah. Heather doesn't have Mind
Where's my
Sliver.
spell? Where's my spells at? Yeah, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself to give myself a couple of extra points of
Plus 2
AC.
AC. Alright, so now your AC is at 19. Still not technically not holding your shield, yeah? Okay. Alright.
Yeah, because
I am gonna do
Well,
something
that'll
really
put my
funny.
AC at 18.
At 18.
I don't get the extra bonus to my AC unless I'm holding a shield.
Oh, so you're actually at 16 and it goes to 18. Okay. I get it.
Yeah, right now I've got an 18 because of the shield, but since I'm not wielding, if I had a shield in hand, I could have a 21, but I only have an 18 because I don't have a shield.
Alright, no problem then. Let's drop it. End of your turn then, Mogrok. It is the rear rat's turn.
Well, that was a bonus action. I don't have a move action since I can't really move. Can I go prone after I row?
Oh, of course, you can go prone.
Okay, after I row, I'll go prone. That way I can at least have disadvantage for them when they attack me.
Okay,
Yeah.
So these guys are going to move forward as well. So,
And next turn, it's going to get really interesting.
15 feet.
Oh, it's
what?
It's gonna
They jump?
Nah,
They just jump in the
super
water?
interesting.
no.
The boat.
Oh, I thought they jumped.
We'll see. We'll get there. Don't worry. 15 feet forward.
They're water rats.
They start swimming.
no water rat. I hate it.
Okay, action to roll. 15 feet forward. Done. These two are going to fire. So Necko's gonna catch. So. The only one standing here technically is still Neko while everyone is prone, so they're gonna fire at new Neko. That's 4 shots towards you with disadvantage. First shot.
Disadvantage, right?
Let me just check. Yeah, you're dodging.
Alright.
I forgot. Yeah, you're dodging. So 18 to hit. This will hit.
Roll the
and-
damage first.
And you catch it lah. You catch it your first one, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you catch it. You don't need to roll. You basically use your. Is it prior reaction to? Oh no. You
Yeah.
catch it.
Yeah.
You really catch it.
Yes, no, another arrow.
I don't think I think you should probably save it for the worst of the hits.
Okay, the rest
Yeah.
No, I just used
landing
it.
on the water next to you. Yeah, it does not hit unfortunately. End of the weird rat's turn. Snow.
Yeah. Okay. So this is something I just realized, which is gonna be hilarious.
Go.
So-
Gone.
Rowing a boat is use an object action, right?
Yes, correct. You can bonus action.
So-
Yeah, you can bonus action roll the boat if you like.
Snow. Exactly. Snow is gonna grab the oar.
Yep, no problem. You grab it off Mogul.
Action. Row the boat.
Yeah.
Bonus action. Row the boat.
You can only do one bonus
You
action,
need
though.
to tell me where you're rowing the boat to because this is 15 feet, and if you row it again, it will smash
Yeah.
into the other boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Ramming speed.
Ramming speed. So this is what happens. You're not going fast enough to ram each other, but you manage
Yeah.
to bonus action, move the boat forward 15 feet first of all.
So these guys are all prone, and the boat's now rammed against it, so we can now jump aboard and attack them while they're prone.
Yeah. Yep.
This is the best.
Lols.
Well, ranged will get disadvantage, so you'll have to go and risk attacks
Melee.
of opportunity.
Oh no, I'm not attacking. Like I've used
Oh,
both my
just-
action and bonus
you
to.
all to attack.
get the
You guys go ahead. I'm rowing the boat. Ah.
Yeah. So yeah. Snow's just gonna move it around until it just smacks into the were rat boat.
Okay, so what's gonna happen is, as the boat smacks into the other, I'll tell you what, just make me a quick athletics check.
All of us.
Aww.
Snow, just to see how fast she rams the boat into the.
Oh no, not so
Like
fast.
I said, it's not going very fast, and what happens is instead of just ramming the boat, you kind of like skim off the side, and it goes to about
Yeah.
here, like right here.
Yeah, a smooth touch. A smooth
Yeah,
touch.
it basically like
Okay.
the boats knock into each other. They don't seem to confer any damage, but they just kind of brush off each other, and the other boat seems to turn like the other way down.
Yeah.
Almost.
All
Like
right.
that.
Yeah. And Snow turns to the rest of the party and say, "They're all yours," as she ducks back down.
Okay, that was your action. I'll move you guys a little bit more.
Action, bonus, and movement is to stand up, take the oar, and go
Yep.
prone again.
Okay, that's cool. All right then. If that's the case,
Angel.
end of your
Top
turn.
of the round.
Ansel, top the round.
I will still spiritual weapon. I'll move it towards the front guy and smack him.
With advantage.
Yes.
Roll again, just in case.
One more time. Oh, okay, take the
It
18.
hits anyway. For 10
And force of damage.
Force damage.
What the hell?
Boom! The book smashes into his back. Ugh! And now they look up. They're like, "Oh shit, they're here!"
I look at the book hitting it. What the hell, man?
Then
Oh,
for my action, I will hold it on the front guy.
So we did. All right, wisdom saving throw. He fails and will take the added
8 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah, you see him like almost like shrivel in pain, like, and you see blood start to seep out of his eyes. He's in bad shape right now.
Yeah, I will still remain prone where I am. Yeah, because they can't get me. I'll remain prone where I am.
Okay, no problem. This guy is bloody as well.
Alright.
End of Ansel's turn. Neko.
Oh, yeah. Use astral arm to attack.
Which one? The middle guy or the back guy?
The one that almost died.
Okay, in front of you first. Sure. Go ahead with advantage.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Oh, no. Sorry.
You suddenly see Jojo come out and yeah, sure. You see the platinum.
No.
Roll attacks. Roll damage. Okay, this is the first attack.
Was that
It will
16
hit for 10
damage?
points of damage. You smack him so hard with like your astral arm, this claw just like turns into a fist, just rams into this guy and just literally uppercuts him into the air. And he falls into the water. Dead.
I will use my flurry blow to the middle person.
Go right.
So I can attack twice with my astral arm.
You move into the other boat? Or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot about it. Oh wait. No need because it's 10 feet.
Okay.
So I can even reach the one at the back also.
Yep. So go ahead. Roll some attacks, please. $25 will definitely hit. Roll some damage again. 7 points of force damage. Smacks the guy right down on the head. Oh!
Another one.
Okay,
Wow.
25 will also hit. For another 6 points of damage. You see your astral arms just pummeling this creature into the boat. Oh! So that's 3 attacks.
I love this.
Neko, 3 attacks.
And
done,
then
right?
I'm done.
Yeah, okay. End of your turn. Heather.
Heather will move her hex onto the previously middle guy.
Hex
Shit.
transfers. As
Was
this guy
she
starts to
Eldritch?
glow slight green.
Yeah, was she?
Eldritch.
She's the guy is still prone, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
They're all prone.
Just
So she'll be at the
Yeah, she-
disadvantage.
Yeah, it's cool.
She's at disadvantage right now.
Yeah,
She doesn't have
she'll
to
be
do
at
any
the
attacks. So
disadvantage. But
yeah.
why can't I click it? What the?
Eldritch.
Click what?
The Eldritch, just now you click green.
Yeah, but it won't do the disadvantage. But
Oh, you just hold down shift and never mind.
Oh, yeah.
18 will still hit for 9 points of force damage. As this close, possibly it's a lot easier for Heather to hit.
Yeah.
Roll me the hex damage as well.
9.
Hex is Hex is where is the hex?
So 9 plus 1.
1.
Altogether 10 points of damage.
10.
This creature is starting to look very bloody.
Okay, this is good.
Yep, that's it. End of her turn. Kasaba.
Kasaba stands up. Kasaba stands up, looks at the situation, and he casts Dissonant Whispers at the one on the other boat.
Which one? Directly to which one?
The one, yeah, whichever one.
No, you choose.
Do the one rowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one rowing.
Okay, the one rowing. Okay, sure. The one rowing then has to make a wisdom saving throw. Ooh, just makes it. Does he take half damage still?
Yeah, half damage.
Okay.
That's not
So
Yeah, he takes 7.
7. Okay. Hey, you see him like, he holds his head. Looks like he has a migraine. But alright, anything else?
Bonus action, create a spell slot.
Oh wow. Alright, no problem.
Oh.
Are you going back prone, Kasaba?
No, I'm standing up. Because
Standing.
I'm not going prone because it's a
Snow,
skinny.
just to double check, Snow, are you standing up or prone?
No, I went prone
Prone.
after the double roll. Yeah.
They have access to me.
That's okay. He helped
Heather goes
me.
prone. Yeah, I think Heather goes prone as well. Okay, Mograth.
Yeah, I have to go through.
Alright, so I'm going to take out my sword and shield,
Yeah.
Oh.
and I'm going
You
to
can only
long
take
jump
out-
into
you
the
can only
boat.
take out your sword or shield, not both.
Huh?
Just one.
Yeah, you can only take out one item. It takes an action to take out 2 items, unless you have dual weapon.
Okay, so as a move action, I'll draw my longsword.
Okay, so you pull your longsword, no problem, and you jump over.
Well, part of my move action, I can draw a weapon, so I'm going to draw my longsword as I jump.
Okay.
And my Peerless Athlete lets me add 10 feet to my jumping distance.
Yeah, it's cool. It's close enough that you can pretty much just step onto the boat.
Right, but I want to avoid the attack of opportunity from the guy.
There's no
'Cause I
attack
think I-
opportunity if you pass. No, you don't. Yeah, you're still within range. Where do you want to go actually? You want to go here? Is it here? Yeah, where do you want to go?
Well, I'm able to jump, so I'll just jump to this spot here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You land right there.
And then then once I land, I'll attack the bloody guy with my longsword.
Yep, go right ahead. Two-handed.
Advantage.
Yes, since I don't have a shield this round, yeah, let's just
Yeah.
go two-handed on it.
An advantage.
This will be
Kill
fun.
him.
With advantage. He basically just like just jumps over and stabs him right down the spine, right?
Cut his head
You're
off.
prone again. Oh!
Oh my god.
Roll again because
So,
just in case you get
13 damage.
roll again just in case you take.
No, advantage. One more time.
Oh, do I get advantage? Oh, because he's prone.
Yeah,
That's right.
he is prone.
Yeah, that's
One more
exactly
time.
why I decided to
Hey,
double
is that
roll.
20? Is that net 20?
Oh,
Oh,
No,
no, it's
no,
not.
no.
It's not very 20. Okay, alright, so 20 will definitely hit. We'll take the 20's damage instead for a total of 12 handed damage. Okay, sure. You stab right through the creature and into the boat. And the creature falls down dead. Let's pull out your
Does
sword.
the ore drop at his feet?
Yes, all drops at his feet as well.
All right. And then I don't get an extra attack, so I'll just go ahead and end my turn there.
Okay, sure, no problem. End of your turn. The wererats are going to start coming down this way. Okay, this guy needs to stand up. Stand up! Ah! As he sees his friend all get around him, he will just attack you, Mogra. As he... Okay, he pulls out a short sword. He's gonna stab you one time. 15 will miss.
No, he's
as
not.
you deflect it. Yeah, you just deflected with your weapon.
I dodge out of the way.
He's gonna jump at you and try to bite you.
Oh shit.
7 will miss as you just push off this little creature. All his advances is not working. Alright, so he's gonna stay right there. This guy is gonna roll. Turn the boat 90 degrees. Like that.
Yep.
Yep. And they're gonna come down 15 feet as well. So, I'm just gonna do this. Okay. That was his action. The other 2 are going to stand up now. And I think they're gonna stay standing up now. At this distance, yeah. So, the ones that are standing.
I'm standing.
All of us except Neko. Sorry.
Snow
No.
and Heather.
Standing.
And Heather.
And Neko is standing, so it's
Yeah.
Cassava, Neko, and Morgoroth.
Okay. Ansel, you're prone as well, right?
Yes, I am prone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heather
okay.
whip prone too, I think.
Yeah, Heather
Yeah,
also.
Heather's prone as well. They're gonna fire 2 shots at Cassava. Here you go. 1.
Miss.
Miss.
2.
Oh, ouch.
Why is
This
it
one
when
I-
it, why is it when it hits
This-
it always crits?
You take 10 points of damage as you hit. See the arrow just like go fly over your shoulder, and the other one hits you right in the chest for 10
Oh
points
shit!
of damage.
Wrong character.
Oh, thank God. I was like, oh, what? Alright, you maintain bless, however, as you pull out the arrow, blood comes drawing right out. At this distance,
10.
am I going to be? Nah, I think it's. Yeah, I shouldn't be too nice anymore. Alright, you see the other one, both of them pull out another hand crossbow. Now they have 2 each, and they will reload and fire as well. The other one. So here we go. 1 shot.
At who?
This is towards Cassava as well. 2 shots. 21 to hit.
21. Let me.
Both
Shit.
hands. Both hands.
I think you should shoot
17
that.
plus 17 plus 5 is 22. Yes, I will shield.
Okay, use your action. Pull out the arcane shield in front of you. Deflects right off it. This is the second one from that guy in the back. And it misses as well. Both hit the arcane shield as they snarl at you. End of the creature's turn. Snow.
Yeah, Snow is gonna pull out her short bow, take a silvered one,
Mm-hmm.
and is going to shoot at this guy.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Okay,
so this is her silver. Yeah.
Yeah, just roll as normally. I'll count as silver. Alright, 15 will definitely hit for 16 points of damage. You see the arrow this time pierce right through the head of the creature. And there is like a big hole. Really big hole there. He looks bloody as well.
Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, so then Snow is going to duck down and is going to start wielding the oil flask and the flint.
Okay, so you drop down your
Yeah.
hand cross, your short bow, grab your fast and flint.
Yeah.
So are you prone?
Yeah, and go prone as well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure, go prone. And for your turn. Ansel.
Bonus action, move my spiritual weapon onto the between Mograth and Neko.
Mm-hmm.
Between Mograth and Neko, and they will smack Weret.
Go right ahead.
Wait. Oh, no flanking.
6 will miss, unfortunately. This thing is not a creature, it cannot flank. So the special weapon
Oh.
swaps in the air. The creature just dodges out the way this time.
And I will action use guiding bolt
Fireball.
onto this guy.
Oh,
the middle, yeah, guiding bolt, first level.
Onto which guy? The same guy?
No, the middle, this guy.
Okay.
Can you see?
It will be at
Yes.
disadvantage because he is prone.
Oh, he's prone. Then I do the front. I do the front guy.
Sure, go ahead. 9 will miss
Yeah.
as it flies off in the distance. Just explodes off.
Yeah. So that's the end of my turn.
Alright, and the of your turn. Neko.
Can I stand across the Mogros to flanking? Or it just too
No,
small?
not that I can
Nah,
see.
Nah, I don't think so, man. There's not enough space for you to do that.
Oh, okay. In that case, I just hit it with my astral arm.
Sure, go ahead.
You might want to maneuver in preparation for the were rats because I think they'll reach your next turn. Oh, actually,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
quite.
Well, if you kill
Okay.
this guy this turn, I got something I'm gonna do next turn.
Lols. Hey, 17 will hit as
17.
you pummel him with your astral arm. Go right ahead, roll me some attacks. Damage. 6 points of damage. Smacks him right in the face. Oh! Second attack?
Second one with my bonus action, not flurry blow, just bonus action
Oh, just
with my astral arm. Astral arm, still I can use my astral arm.
Yeah. So it's like action, bonus action punch instead of flurry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wow.
Hit as well
5.
for 5 points of damage. It is more than enough as you pummel him twice with both your arms, and you see him literally fly off the ship, land in the water, bleeding and dead.
And
Can't loot
I
them if they go in the water, man.
Yeah, is this where is the hole that Mogros stabbed the were rat through? Is that just gonna break underneath and that rare rat fall into the water as well?
No, the whole, no, the
Well,
whole.
if Jojo refer anyone that get punched, it will blow away.
No, it's okay, it's fine. You make like a small hole into the boat, but it's not exactly like filling up with water right now.
And in that case, I will prone and hide under the spirit book.
You can't unfortunately go under the spirit book because there is a dead body there in front of you, unless you want to do something.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, in that case, I just standing beside the spirit book.
Standing or going prone?
Can I prone?
Yeah, go prone. Okay, end of your turn.
You know what?
So you
Oh
fall
yeah,
down.
go prone.
Alright, Heather.
Heather, I think what Heather will do is Heather will cast Fairy Fire on the other boat.
Ooh. Hex will drop then as you cast
Yeah.
Fairy Fire. And the other boat has to make dex saves, so
Dex save, Dex 13.
they all.
Oh my God.
As the blast
What
of
the-
fireworks runs past them, and they just dodge out of the way of it. All of it. None of them are affected.
Holy shit.
Now the boat
Actually, I think
The
I
boat
think
is now
being in the area, they're gonna be outlined.
Yeah, but since they succeed, like,
Yeah, they succeed. So it all misses unfortunately, as the outline does not go around them. The spell fails, and
Well, it does still affect the boat, so attacks
Does it?
against boats are advantage. Because it says here, yeah, an effective feature or object. Yeah.
okay. So this is what your spell says. Yeah, each object in a 20-foot cube. So yes, the boat and the oars, everything is flowing green. So you have advantage on the boat.
is there any space on the other boat? I want Heather to be out of the way.
Yes, technically yes. So
Yeah,
get
so
up with
she'll
half a
move
movement.
Yeah, she'll move
She's gonna move
wherever
15
there.
feet. So,
And yeah, and
I'll say there's a dead body there. She can't exactly like stay on that part, and it's quite small area. So
Yeah.
either here, and I'll allow here as well. But 15 feet.
here, I guess.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Behind Mogros, yeah.
And she'll go prone.
Okay. Yeah, sure, she go prone as well.
Cassava, on the other hand, will move here. Yeah, he'll move. We'll move
Are
to
you
where.
still concentrating on fairy fire on the boat now, right? Technically.
Yeah. She's still concentrating fire on the
okay.
boat.
Okay, sure.
Cassava will move on the other boat, on that side, and
Mhm.
he will dissonant whisper that same dude again.
Okay, sure. Wisdom save.
Same guy.
14. This time he fails, and what happens?
He runs away.
He uses his action, is it?
reaction to
reaction.
run away.
Move as fast as you can. Okay, so he's prone right now. Everything is difficult terrain for him. He only has.
Well, no, it's the guy in the front, not the guy rowing. It's the guy in the
Oh, the
front
guy in
that
the- the guy in
failed.
the
He's
front, is it?
standing.
This guy in the front, is it? The Sava?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
no,
just took 14 psychic damage and is frightened, I think.
no, he moves away.
No, he moves
He
away.
won't move into obviously dangerous ground, but swimming is not obviously dangerous, right?
No.
It isn't
It's
if he
fine.
can swim. If he can't
Isn't if he
swim,
can
he
swim.
might stop at the end of the boat.
So what he's gonna do is gonna run to the back of the boat. Stay all the way there.
But that's after my turn, so he won't move until after my turn.
His
Oh no, he
reaction.
moves immediately with his reaction.
So is it a free action?
Reaction.
Reaction.
He moves immediately with his reaction.
He uses his
Wow.
reaction.
No,
Yeah.
that's what the spell does. I think he just cast the spell to make it easier for everyone to understand. Kasava?
Yeah, I pasted it.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you whisper this automatically. 3-6, takes 14 damage. The creature doesn't move onto obvious ground. It uses its reaction immediately to move as fast as it can away from you. So technically, that's away from you. Yep. Okay. Anything else, Kasava?
That's it.
Okay. End of this. Mongro.
All right, so you're gonna have to tell me if I can do this or not.
Do what?
I'm gonna move to here
Mm-hmm.
so that I have 10 feet,
Yep.
and then I'm gonna try to long jump into the boat.
I think this is better. I think if we jump here, it's better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
jump at the front boat.
Okay. So you
Because on a long jump, I can jump 26 feet.
That is correct. However, you cannot move further than what your movement speed allows you, even during a jump. So if you were to, let's say you're here, you run back here, that's 10 feet. You are going to run 10 feet here and jump. You can only get up to here. Unless you use your action to dash, in which case I will allow the jump as part of your movement to go all the way up to 60.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
dash. That way I have the extra movement.
Okay, so you use your action to dash. Where's Mogo?
Now, can I equip the shield as I do it?
Yes, you can't equip the shield. It takes an action to don the shield. You can definitely hold it up, but you won't have any benefit from holding it. Where's Mogo?
I suggest you just jump from the.
Then I won't worry about adding the shield yet.
Okay, so you just hold
Oh,
this
okay,
weapon, just land right in front of the boat. You are right in front
Holy
of this guy.
shit!
That's it. That is your action to dash. Is it?
Well, okay, as a bonus action, I still have a bonus action, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a bonus action, I'm going to. Too bad that's not a bonus action. That'd be great. Where are my spells? Where are my spells at? Nope, I don't have any other bonus actions. I'm good.
Okay, so end of your turn, Mogura. The were-rats now notice that you're on the boat and they're like, it's here, get him up! This guy will stand up, drop the oar, pull out a short sword, and will move around towards this side here. This one is coming forward at you. So 2 attacks first with advantage.
Oh shit.
Each of them.
This-
So let's do 2 short sword attacks with each of them first. So 1. 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
You will take 8 piercing damage. Second one. 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Take another 5 piercing damage. And they will both now try to bite you. So 1. 16 misses.
That'll
Oh, wait,
that'll
16
miss.
hits, actually. 16 hits.
That'll
misses.
miss.
Your AC is now 16.
No, my AC is 18 for
Shield
the
of Faith.
shield.
Shield of Faith.
Oh, because of
Shield
Shield
of
of Faith.
Faith.
Shield of Faith. Shield of Faith. Yeah, remember now. Shield of Faith. Okay, second bite. Also 16. As they try to bite into you, this aura, like that's covering you, basically stops their bites from getting into your armor, and that is dead. This guy's gonna move away. Actually, move off to the side here, and this one's gonna run down this way here.
Why can't I not click on my character?
Yeah, we can't run because it's the eyes here.
This guy guy is going to take.
Can you adjust the hit points on my character?
Oh, sure. I thought if you do in D&D Beyond, it will do it automatically.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Weird.
Yeah, a bit weird. I'm thinking something wrong with Roll20 because my APIs are not running. Like when it's supposed to automatically like give them the death status when they.
Well, I accidentally closed my D&D Beyond. Let me open it back up, and I'll change my hit points there.
Yeah, but it should be at 6 hit points right now, right? After taking 60. Yeah. Oh man, actually you need to make. Actually, from the first attack, you need to make me a con save for Shield of Faith. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Why a con save? Oh, the concentration check. Yeah.
Concentration
One
check,
second. Let me get into my
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
stuff here.
I'll wait for you.
I don't know why, but it's not wanting to open up my characters.
Fresh.
There we go.
Okay. Con save for the first attack. Hopefully, you just make it for all, then you don't have to worry.
You said con save?
Yeah, con save. Constitution saving throw, please.
Nope.
Oh
Shield of
no.
Faith. Shield of Faith actually drops, so down you're down to 16 AC.
So they will hit.
That means the bites are going to hit.
Yeah, that means the bites are gonna hit me. Oh shit. Okay.
Could he really maneuver behind me on the boat since I'm on the edge there?
Yeah, he just goes around.
It is really narrow, though.
Yeah, it just goes around you. It's fine. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, if I jumped onto the end of the boat, can he really get around me to flank me like
you
that?
didn't- I mean,
yeah,
did you
actually,
want
yeah.
to jump on the end of the boat because you landed here? That was like kind of center the boat. This is the end of the boat.
Yeah, actually, it's a bit because you move all the rats, so you use all their action movement before you do the action. So if they take their turn, they shouldn't be able to flank immediately for all the attacks. Technically, only the second one gets to flank, get the advantage. The rest of them don't.
Why?
So the first one that moved should not have hit me.
Yeah, because he went the first attack, shot sword, he should be
Yeah.
moving. The other one shouldn't get advantage. He shouldn't get advantage from the start because the other character hasn't moved yet. Technically, if you take him by
They
turn
all
order.
move. They all move at the same time because they all have the same turn order.
No, but that's just it though. Every attack is resolved individually. The first one
Unless-
moving would get the attack. The second one moving would get the
Okay,
advantage.
no. So movement and attacks are separate. I don't have to resolve my movement and my attack. There is no way.
But we don't get that benefit though.
Yeah,
That's not that's not a fair calculation.
Yes, obviously, yes, this is understood. But this is so that you guys are PCs and these creatures are monsters. The way I move my monsters.
Right, but
they're
you're
all the
making
same.
every monster ultra intelligent. This is a battle on a boat.
These are not just monsters. These are weird rats, and they have some certain intelligence. They have, I would say, the same intelligence, if not more, than what Snow would have as well. They are thieves. So I'm not gonna argue about this movement stuff because it's already been settled a long time ago. We've gone through it as well. Any character, any monsters that share the same name and stat have the same initiative. They move and attack on the same turn. So this is going to be an advantage attack towards you, Mogroth. So 16 will hit. You will take 6 points of piercing damage. Please make me a con save.
It doesn't matter. I'm unconscious.
Okay. Make me a con save. It does matter.
Going to wear it.
Oh shit!
So, Mogroth, you feel the bite go down right into your throat, and immediately.
I don't
you all
feel
goes
anything.
down.
I'm unconscious.
Yeah, you go down. And there is something seeping through your body right now. You are cursed with the weird rat lycanthropy. The other one is not going to attack you since you are already down. He is instead. Oh no, they already used attack. So instead of a bite, this will be a shot as he pulls out a hand crossbow and will fire it towards.
Well, then he can't do that.
These creatures can attack twice.
He can't do that. If they're attacking simultaneously for the advantage, they're both attacking me.
No, you can spread your attack out how many times you want. You guys can do that as well. If you have 2 attacks, you
Because
can attack one creature.
because
think-
the first one
creature dies,
the
you can
first
attack
one
another
didn't
creature.
knock me unconscious. It took the second guy's attack to knock me unconscious.
Yeah. So what they're doing is 2 short sword attacks and 2 bite attacks right now, just happening towards you. That's how you went down.
Correct.
Yeah. So the other one that didn't attack you.
What other
is
one?
going to-
Once afraid.
It's not afraid.
No, it's not afraid. It's just
not afraid.
moved away.
Yeah, it's only for a reaction. It doesn't persist after that.
Yeah, it's not
The
fear.
other one.
It doesn't last.
Not
Oh,
yet.
the other one is that since
Not
you went
yet.
down.
Okay, so the third one can attack someone else. Yes.
Yeah. The third one.
I'm sorry.
is
I thought
not
there
gonna come
were
near-
only 2. My
The third
bad.
one is not going to come towards you, Mogros, since you are already down. Since you also dropped this as well. He will instead take out his hand crossbows and fire directly at Cassava twice. So 1 shot.
Wow.
Second shot. First shot is 22 to hit. That is
It's
6
from
piercing
before,
damage.
right? This is still the same
Oh,
round,
still-
right?
still-
I have to make.
You haven't got
I have
your
to
round,
make-
so
Question:
still
Can they
have,
use 2 hand
can-
crossbows at the same time?
yes, they can.
Need to reload it at the same time. No, wouldn't that take an action?
These creatures do not apply your PHP stuff to PCs to these creatures. Don't do that. They do what they can do according to their stats.
Okay.
So if the creature
Okay.
says it can attack twice, one of those attacks can be a bite. I can make 2 attacks with 2 hand crossbows. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The hand crossbows. I think the special rule is you can only attack once, and then it's because it's a reloading tag on it.
Yeah. Okay. So
It's a
that will
loading
apply-
tag, so
that will apply for
you
guys.
have to use a move action to reload it. To reload when, unless you have
here's how the
quick
hand crossbow
reload,
works.
you can
Here's
use a
how
bonus
hand crossbow
action.
works. A hand crossbow will fire 1 time. It requires another hand to reload unless you have this reload ability. So let's assume these creatures have that reload ability. How about that? Or should I put
Yeah.
out
We're
that for you
assuming,
to see as well?
we're assuming all kinds of things. Why not?
Yeah, you're assuming all
Yeah,
sorts of
sure.
things, like these things are happening. If you want to argue with my stats on my creatures, I will say no. So in that case, one attack is
I
coming
mean-
towards you,
Yeah.
Cassava. It will hit, I believe, with 22, even though your shield is up. You will take 6
Yeah.
piercing damage. Make me a con save, please.
I already did it. 14.
Okay, 14. You're fine. Other than that, it is the end of the Werat's turn. Snow.
Alrighty then.
Shit, I'm fairly low myself. It's hard to do this.
Snow is. Problem is splash damage. 20 feet. I mean, this range. Snow's gonna hold their action.
Okay. What is your action you're holding? And what's the trigger?
As soon as she sees, as soon as she sees a possible sneak attack, like on the rear rats, she will fire on them. So, like, if any of the rear rats reach within 5 feet of anyone, yeah, she will let off a shot.
Or in conversely, if any of your friends get within 5 feet of that creature, you will fire at that creature. What are you throwing? again?
Yes. No, so I'm switching back to my bow and arrow. I'm not throwing the.
Oh, just-
He's
just-
Mogul is currently down. I don't want to take. Yeah, I don't want to
Sure.
attack him.
It's-
Yeah.
No, but let just very quickly just ask what's the potion that you want to throw? Is the alchemist fire thing?
No, it wouldn't. No, I don't have alchemist fire. It was oil flask and flint and steel.
Oh, oil. Yeah, oil. Yeah, don't fuck with oil. Okay, in that.
Yeah.
case,
So I'm not throwing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, sure. I will make sure you're holding the action. You would have to be standing up to take the fire shot. You can't go prone unless you go prone. You'll be a disadvantage shot. So your choice.
Yeah, Snow's gonna back up a bit here.
Okay. And you stand up, I'm guessing. Okay.
Yeah, and stand. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem. You're holding
Actually,
the
sorry. As a bonus action,
Mhm.
Snow could move the boat a bit more.
You just let you
Yeah,
know,
sure.
if you move the boat, you're gonna leave these guys here, yeah.
They can jump.
They can roll. Yeah, sure, up to you.
Snow's
Heather,
just
Got a
gonna,
boat.
yeah.
Heather is fine with being left here, I think.
Yeah. Up to
yeah.
you, Snow, you
I think
have to-
it's just gonna shift it up like here.
Okay. So
so that at least like
So
Neko
if you
could
do your
even
bonus
jump
action,
over.
if you do your bonus action to move the boat, then you can
Yeah.
actually move and sneak attack the guy. Well, now think.
Your Mogorov is down though at the moment, so
But Kasaba would be right next to you.
oh, that is true.
Up to you. Up to you. Do you want to move the boat that close? Technically, this is
Really
true,
risky,
like,
though.
I mean,
Melee.
let's see what happens.
I'm at
You go like
5 hit
that,
points.
and-
I'm at
so-
5
so-
hit
so
points.
That
it
is
goes like this.
I
I
look
don't
really
think
bad.
that's yeah, no, I think that looks really bad. No,
I
no.
look, I look really bad.
Okay. It's cool. It's cool. So, do you want to move the boat at all?
You're going to
Uh,
Kasaba.
Just 5 foot. Sorry, I mean not 5 foot. Just like over shifted a bit more so that there's actually like a run up path for Neko to jump.
Yep. And I would say you could even turn the boat like this way if you wanted, because the turn of 90 degrees is part of your movement as well. So something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. So now Neko can do a run up jump and then.
Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, okay, sure. You're still holding your action. Once Neko gets there, you can probably fire as well. Alright, end of your turn.
Yeah.
Snow. Ainsel.
Bonus action healing word on Mogorov.
Yay.
Still staying prone, right?
Healing of
Okay. Mogorov, your eyes open.
yes, I'm still prone.
You're prone on the ground, but you see your weapons on the floor next to you, and you are no longer unconscious.
And then for my action, I would use firebolt onto the enemy that's in most front.
Okay, so you get up, fire, roll attack.
And I miss again.
9 misses. As you see, like
How that possible?
Yeah.
How that? Hey, they have bless. Do you have
For my
bless?
action, no. Actually, I do have bless. Or do you drop it early?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I did. No, you do have bless.
Yeah, you still have bless. So roll. Yeah, roll your d4. It's not there, right? I didn't see.
All you need is 4. All you need is 4.
Check. As if you know the AC, right? That definitely hits.
And I do 4 5 damage to it.
Okay, 4 points of fire damage as it smacks him. You see the thing like light his clothes on fire nearly and just pats it up. He takes a little bit of damage.
Actually, for my action, my movement, then I will stand up.
Yeah, cool. You're standing up.
I will stand up, and yes, I will stand up and I will move in front of Kasaba.
Okay, let's
Yeah, that's
switch
good.
this around.
It's good.
So that's the end of my turn.
End of your turn. Neko,
Okay, I will move.
get up. Yeah, get up.
And
15
go-
of your movement to get up.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hang on. I just realized. If Mogorov's awake now, does that mean Mogorov is now threatening that we're right in front?
Yes.
I'm not
He's
flanking. I'm
technically not
prone.
He's technically
You are
not
next to it, so she
incapacitated.
has advantage.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
I'm
technically
prone,
fire
so
right
I'm
now.
prone, so I'm not threatening them.
No.
So
Alright.
he doesn't know. He
That's
doesn't
not
know. He
for
doesn't
flanking.
know.
As long as you are.
You'd have to wait till my turn when I stand up. He'll be
Okay,
flanked.
Snow, just take a shot, Snow, because you have sneak attack.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That was my
Yeah.
trigger.
That action goes off. Yeah. That action goes off.
Okay.
19 will hit.
With the silver arrow as well.
Silver arrow as well. Alright, 8 piercing damage. It hits him right in the shoulder. Okay, done. Neko, it is your turn now.
As I move, can I go to next to Ansa?
To where?
Next to
Sure, fine.
Ansa.
10, 15, 20. 20 feet. You have how much movement?
Just in. Let me see. I have 40.
40 is fine.
40.
That's
Ngam,
your
ngam.
full movement. Yeah, ngam, full movement.
And yeah, just
So he just
attacking
punch.
with my assault arm.
Punch.
Yup.
Hey, I just
Is
realized
it?
Ainsel
Oh,
can-
not flanking,
no.
right?
No, but if Ainsel is one step forward and you're behind him, then yes, it does count. Step fucked up. Okay, alright. Okay, Neko.
No flanking. Advantage?
No advantage. No advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just punching from 10 feet away.
I mean, technically.
Oh my god!
Have you rolled two net 20s? I haven't rolled net. Okay, I rolled one net 20. Hey, this time Neko is rolling more net 20s than the DM, man. my
same
God.
damage.
10 points of damage. You clobber this guy with the left of your Platinum Dragon's Claw. Alright, second attack. Bonus action. Right.
Come on, another one. Net 20 lah, another one lah.
Oh, this
Oh
time you swipe
no.
with 8.
Oh wait,
The creature
I
just-
have blast, right?
Yeah, no, you're not blessed.
No, you're not.
Snow and
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not blessed.
Oh,
You
yeah,
swipe
Snow get
at the
it.
creature
Oh,
and it
so-
just ducks randomly.
Yep, and my turn.
Action
No,
bonus.
Ansel and Heather.
Heather will stand up, obviously.
Heather will stand up and Eldritch Blast, the nearest one.
Eldritch Blast.
Of course, they are deadly.
14 will hit.
Oh,
Oh, damn! Oh
Yeah,
my god!
just enough.
You
Hot
blasted
13
so
damage,
hard,
Heather.
You see Heather just put out a hand and this green flame just turns into a ball and just shoots right through the creature. And you see a line exit out of him as he just looks at a hole in his body and falls.
You say,
into
but-
the-
So say bye
Eddie.
and then go prone again.
Lord.
Eddie, do you know what line is this? What we need is lightning bolt.
Lord, fuck you. Don't remind me.
We need lightning bolt.
You will hit Mogroth though. Okay, never mind. Anyway, end of Heather's turn. Kasava.
Cassava. Cassava will. Let's try this.
I'm surprised he still has blessed.
It's still blessed. Cassava will sapping sting those two guys with Reaper.
Shapping Sting. Is it
Oh.
two at the same time?
Yes, twice at the same time.
Oh really?
Both.
Is this
both.
is your own ability or what?
Reaper.
Oh, Reaper. Shit. Okay. Con saves from both of them.
Con 11 should be
One. And oh yeah, you're a death cleric. I keep forgetting. They both fail. And
Wow.
You take your
They
2
both
points
go
of necrotic
prone.
damage. And you see
They-
the necrotic damage eat into their skin.
And they both go prone.
Really? They both go prone as
Yay.
well?
Yes, that
Yeah,
is-
yeah.
See the spell? See the spell? Oh my god, it's so cool. You set the creature, okay, and fall prone. Damn! That is a useful ass spell, man.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt, man. Oh,
That's gonna hurt a lot in the future.
Mogroth, finish him.
Mogroth,
Mogroth, smite
you
them
get up with your
with
weapon.
Hollywood.
Maybe a
Anything else,
snake bit
Gustavo?
them in the ankles.
Anything else, Kasava? Nothing, right? Good for you.
No, no,
Bonus
no, that's
action?
it.
Okay, good.
No. My god,
So-
it's already.
So I pick up my sword and stand up,
Yeah. And the creatures are prone on the ground. They look
and
down
then
at you.
two-handed, I'm gonna attack
Oh,
the guy in
man.
front of me.
He's got advantage.
So I get advantage, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
You can't see why exactly they go down. Maybe a
24
snake
will
bit them.
hit for 2 total two-handed damage.
And then I'm gonna holy smite.
Alright, roll some smite. Just need-
Okay, where's my thing for holy smite?
What's is this holy?
Oh, divine
No.
smite. Here we go.
Oh, divine smite. Yeah, 2d8.
How do I do that?
Click the smite.
Yeah, click
There's
this.
a-
Click
the
smite.
word.
There should be.
That should be like a roll.
But it doesn't have a.
Does it display?
If it
Is
display-
that under spells?
Is it display? Yeah, under spells. This divine smite is just spell.
No, it should be under features and traits.
Oh, here we go. I see it. Divine smite. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, baby, come on.
It doesn't have a thing for.
Just, click
Just
first,
make it
will display.
big.
Yeah.
There should be a beyond 20 thing. Cast
Yeah,
on
if
beyond
not-
20.
It should be a display. Display in BTT. Oh no, it doesn't ask you to.
No,
roll,
this
so-
one is display. This one for
Oh.
display.
Does it have a
The
dice?
beyond-
Like,
yeah, does it have a dice
There
icon?
There we go.
yeah.
Oh!
Oh my
You
god.
stab into the back of his spine, and as you rip it out, you see a flash of light just as lightning overhead strikes right into this creature. And he is singed, head down, and dead.
Huh? That? Wow.
That's a lot of damage, bro. Like 20.
And then I'm gonna point at the last one and say, water or death.
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
I guess that will be intimidation.
Yeah, intimidation.
Yeah.
I'll give you advantage on it as well. Because he literally just killed his friend and smited him right in front of him. Okay, with a 10.
Oh,
with a 10
no.
We'll see. With a 10. We'll see with a 10. Wisdom. He looks at you and goes, never kill you for killing my friends. And end of your turn.
Then death it is.
He will stand up with half his movement. And will run towards you. This way, because you have to run over the dead body. He's gonna short sword you one time. 14 will miss, and he will try to bite you. Or should I just short sword? Yeah, I should just
Wait,
short sword
you can
yeah.
bite.
Yeah, there's no point biting you again. It makes no difference. They both miss flashes against you. You just deflect each blow with your longsword. You actually see your weapon spark each time it hits his, and it looks like his weapons are basically almost like grinding against yours. And shards of it are coming off his weapon. He looks at it. End of his turn.
And then after he hits me, after he attacks me, I go, now what?
Wait for my next turn. Snow.
He still has movement.
Yeah.
No, he's just
Well, wait. Hey, there's a fishman in here. You can jump and die by other people's head, you know.
Yeah, okay, you look at the water. It is just.
He just
dark
has
and murky.
he just has to survive my opportunity attack.
Yeah, it's dark and murky. He hasn't decided to run away just yet. Okay, Neko. Sorry. Snow.
Okay.
No.
Cool. Snow is going to first move here. Using her fast hands feature, she's going to try and recover the silvered arrow
Ooh.
because she is out of silvered arrows.
I'll say it's fine. You can pick the one that you used to kill this one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep, sure. You pick that up. No
as
problem.
long you remember. As long you
Yeah.
remember.
And is going to fire at that one. Yeah, and it's gonna,
Come on, one shot it.
come on.
Oh no.
Aw.
Do I still? No, Bless is not gonna help.
Yeah.
Unless you get close and then attack.
The sea has claimed a silver arrow.
Yeah.
You pick up your weapon, I got this, and you fire. And at this point, the waves kind of like just move in this weird fashion, and the boat topples a little bit, and you go upwards, and you just fire right over his head, and the silver boat disappears into the night, forever gone. Anything else?
Yeah, it's fine. Yes, Snow's gonna just go. Actually, he's gonna go here and just try to reach out for the dead were rat. Try to pull him on board.
Really?
Loot. That's valuable loot.
Okay. I'll say grabbing his body is an action, so you don't have that yet, but you can hold on to it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
finishing it.
Yeah. Also, this was the other were rat I shot, so the other silver arrows on him.
Lols. Okay. All right.
Valuable loot.
Valuable ammunition need to recover.
Yeah, it's 10 gold piece a shot. I mean,
Yeah,
of
man.
course.
I feel it.
Yeah, man.
I need my 10 gold back. Give it back. So,
Hey, we got a fun bet, okay? No.
yeah. I mean, so far it's done its purpose, to be honest, and you still get to use it.
Does that mean you're most valuable player?
All right, go on, Ansel.
Yeah.
I will move my spiritual weapon up as much as I can, which is 20 feet, which wouldn't reach him.
20 feet. It will go up to here.
Yep.
Oh, cannot.
So I'll leave it there just fine, but I will just cast another fireball.
Go right ahead. 6 flies off the distance as he dodges it.
Come on.
And the turn. Ansel.
That's the end of my turn.
Yeah. Are you gonna move? Technically, you would be able to get across if you want. Do you want to?
You can get.
We go here.
It's fine, it's fine.
That's fine. Okay, you stay right there. Neko.
All right, I'm gonna go overboard on the board.
So,
I will
this
jump here.
one, up to you.
I will be the next at the red body. Over here.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. Just jump right over. Done.
All right. And yep, I'm just gonna punch him with my astral arm.
Go right ahead. technically, you could use your action to grapple him, move him back into flanking position first, and then
Never mind,
come
just
back here.
hit.
Stay here in the middle. Okay, now right. Never mind. It still hits. 23 will still hit. Roll some damage, please.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh, 6 points. You smack him right in the back of the head. Oh! Ah! All right. Anything else? Bonus action attack.
Flurry
Oh,
blow.
flurry. Wow. Okay, using his last key point to flurry. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Just hit.
Just hits, motherfucker. Just hits. All right. Roll some damage.
7.
7. Very nice. You smack him once, left and right. He spins almost on the boat. Ah!
He almost
does a
died,
little
right? Oh, not yet, not
He's-
yet, not yet.
He looks bloody. Bloody. Definitely bloody.
Boom. I tried to knock him out if possible with the last punch.
You cannot because the thing is a magical. Wait, is it considered a melee attack or is it like a magical?
Yeah,
spell?
melee and unarmed.
Oh, in
So
that
I
case,
can.
yes, yeah, I will allow it. Yeah, I will allow it to be do it. Okay, so you smack him for another 8 points of damage. He looks pretty hurt, but he's not unconscious yet.
As I look at him, I say, just surrender, okay? We had enough fight, okay? Just surrender. I try to be kind here.
Make me a. This would be a intimidation. I'll give you intimidation on this.
Oh, intimidation in that case, I would just post lah. Like Jojo.
Dolls, pose. He looks at you. Bitch! He puts another finger towards you. End of your turn.
Yep.
Heather.
Heather has heard nothing of this attempt to be kind.
You son of a bitch!
Heather has heard nothing of this attempt to be kind, and she will Eldritch Blast the were-rat.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You son of a bitch! Oh, wait,
no,
you
is
didn't
that
hack,
four
right?
damage?
You didn't hack.
4 damage?
No heck, no
No
heck.
hex, no hex. So 4 damage.
So not dead yet. Not dead.
It smacks into the creature. Ah! And you
Roll
see, like,
1
there's a
on
hole
damage.
here. No.
One more damage.
Not even one, not even one. If it was 1, okay, I tell you what, like, if it was a 1, you would be rolling the high or low, so it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, that is the end of Heather's turn as she fires. Yep, she's gonna stay right there. Oh no, Kasava's gonna end it. Go Kasava!
Maybe Cassava
Try
Wilson.
to- We need information.
Wait,
Do we
we
need
still saving
information?
throws.
We know
No, we
who
don't.
sent them. We know who sent them.
Yeah, the.
The only information Pascal needs is that she'll never see these guys again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no!
Ah.
So,
Snakes
Cassava.
go out.
how would you like to do this?
It's like I
Chill,
extend
baby,
my hand.
chill.
I lend my hand. I extend my hand,
Yep.
and it kind of looks like it keeps on extending until it reaches the were-rat. But as it goes there, it changes into a snake.
Oh.
I'll say you put out your hand, like you see like tendrils almost come right out of your fingertips, these
Yeah.
smoky tendrils. And as it reaches the creature, it comes out as a skeletal hand as well of snakes that just clasp onto his face and just squeezes tight. You see his skull get crushed immediately as he falls into the water, dead. Congratulations, you guys.
Yay.
He's very chill.
Then on my turn, I'm gonna lay hands for 5 points to get rid of whatever it is they gave me.
Ooh, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Lay on hands. Yeah.
Okay. What does lay on? Okay, lay on hands cures poison and disease only, correct?
Lay on hands does if I expend 5 points, it will either cure a disease or neutralize a poison affecting the creature.
Okay, so this is neither a poison and neither a disease.
Oh, it's a curse.
It's a curse.
Curse.
It's a.
But we
weird
don't
rat-
know. Our character doesn't know, so we need to investigate.
Yeah, technically, you have no idea what really happened, but you have an understanding. At least I'm sure Snow at least has an understanding of what weird rats do. They will try to like make more victims, and victims like they have no choice. They come back to the dead rats, and therefore like they have more and more dead weird rats to in their party.
Yeah.
So, in this sense, you are cursed with the weird rat lycanthropy. As to how
Oh,
this
no.
affects you, Mogoroth, we will explore that during the next.
Then I'm doomed because I don't know anybody that can get rid of it.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you could go to the Church of Torm
That's one way.
Oh,
You could also just ask people
Yeah.
around, is there anybody who has ever dealt with the raptors? I'm very sure there's a very pretty
Madam
lady
Private,
somewhere in the
Madam
tavern
Private.
there that you can just call.
Have you forgot Madam Private? Oh my god, why?
Hey girlfriend, look, I'm really fucked up right now. I need like a cure curse thing. Do you? Of course, baby, just come right over. All right. So as to
Hey,
how
my
that
friend
will
being
turn out,
cursed, so
as to
uncurse
how-
him.
yeah, as to how all this will turn out, battle has ended. We will end the session here tonight with you guys figuring out
Oh,
what you guys want to do
yay.
with the bodies as well. Technically, you have 3 boats.
Hey,
Yeah.
come on, man.
Technically, you have
Yeah.
3 boats.
I think
technically
we'll
you
go
have 3
up,
boats.
pick up our unwitting, unlucky boatman. Also-
So for just very quickly, loot wise, okay, loot wise, you don't find any money on them. You can just do it this now, lah. You find 6 short swords, and technically also 6 hand crossbows.
What?
I thought it would be 12.
Okay, these 2,
Huh?
right?
Wouldn't it be 12 hand crossbows?
No.
Because they have 2 in each hand, right? So
Oh yeah, the other ones, right? Okay. So these ones will have, I'll say these ones, 1, 2, 3, have an extra 3, you have 9 crossbows there. So 9 hand crossbows, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, the other boat only has 1 on each. Other than that, XP. So let's calculate some XP. Everybody gets 450 XP.
Damn.
Nice.
Anything
450.
else? Short swords? Yeah, they don't wear any armor. They don't have any valuables on them as well. Snow, I can say you can like spend 1 minute to try to recover one of your crossbows, like silver ones. So you managed to find back
Yeah.
1. Okay.
okay, yeah.
Yep. Other than that, thank you guys for the session tonight again. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
What were they wearing?
Oh, they wearing completely like black thief's clothing, like just black shawls, no armor underneath.
A
It's
rope
not like
lah,
they
a rope.
needed armor. Yeah, a full-on rope. Yeah, it looks like they didn't need armor, or they felt they didn't need it. They fucked up. Okay, all right. So with that, we'll end the session here tonight, guys. Thank you very much for joining in again.
Well, do we want to go ahead and take the boats back with us?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'll tell you what. I'll let you guys decide that next session because we've got Heather in also. Maybe we can add something to the conversation. But I want to end the session here tonight, guys. So thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
See you next week on Neverwinter Nights. Thank you all very
All right,
much.
nice.
Good night.
Right, good night,
Yay,
everybody.
level up.
Push.
Yeah. What? You level
Yeah.
up again? You don't bullshit me, bitch. You don't